d4, queen d4, knight c6, and sort of let's go. But unfortunately, let's go in this particular case is let's lose a game to a prepared player who actually has looked at this once or twice in their life.
Looks fun though.
It does look fun for a while, yeah. Like it get a knight h4 on the board, interesting. Because for me personally, against knight h4, I had some ideas. Bishop g5 was always annoying me a great deal because I really couldn't work out what I'm supposed to be aiming for if I just go bishop g5 here. And then, yeah, goes queen b3, takes on f6. Laurent did this against me in the pool stages of the Mr. Dodgy thingy a few weeks ago. I was
big deal. Looks fine for black, no?
I don't know. I was just kind of solidly slightly worse for much of the game, and then when we got down to very low time, I did manage to trick him. But yeah, knight h4 is supposed to be much more
principled choice,
much more principled, and yeah, I'm expecting bishop b4 here. I think everything else is not as good.
Yu Yangyi with the white pieces will obviously be looking to win this game. He can't get first anymore. But can he get? I can't do math. He could get sole second.
Yeah,
if he won.
Kirill won,
yeah.
Right? Yeah, and he still needs nobody else to win who is on 7 points. But yeah, there's definitely outcomes where 8 actually gives you clear second here. As you said yesterday, they're probably the least likely of all the outcomes, considering just how satisfied with the draw Kirill has to be today. But
he starts with a4, which is already slightly curious. I know he's done this before, and I know that he likes pushing this pawn. First order of business in all these positions. But in a way, it's a somewhat committal move, because typically in the Jacobians, you wait for black to play a6 and then you go a4. Well, the common thinking is if you touch the a pawn without black having done anything, then this inclusion favors black. Like we've seen Grishuk games where he goes a6 and then a5 3 moves later after.
Yeah, I think
a4 is played.
I think what this signals is that the pawn is just not going to c3.
Yes, particularly after a5, now you play bishop e3 and you get a very different type of game. But it's, as you mentioned, a quietly ambitious choice. It's not let's play one of the main lines and swap pieces. This is, trying to play a normal game, or what he considers to be the best way to ask a question. I've looked at this. There are some weird lines like now you're supposed to give a check. Bishop d2 takes. I think d5.
This is like a bishop opening a little bit, but
yeah, it's sort of some random dynamics. But when I checked, I thought black was more or less okay. But Hans starts with d6, which is of course a fine move as well. The only problem is pawn would need 2 moves to get here, so these operations become less tempting.
Yep. Still sort of expecting a5 because, yeah, as described, like c3, a5 is a dream scenario for black. You get to play all of those lines, which Grishuk is happily playing a tempo down compared to this. And it feels like it's a bit too early to commit to knight c3 or bishop e3 if you can gain some more space on the
so knight c3, you want to have the option to go knight a4 in particular. Black hasn't committed to a6, so to combine it with a4 this early, inviting bishop e4, whatever, in some lines. No, I would guess a5 is.
a5 for maybe castles for now, not commit too much, but a5 looks logical. And then,
now we can start thinking about c3, castles or whatever.
Yeah, in the meantime, we have some more games between people on 7 points. Tabatabai is playing white against Adiban, who won his game yesterday. It wasn't on our screens. It was the one random board per day, which for some reason doesn't tell us what's going on it. There's also Dora Bailey against Manuel Petrosyan, and arguably one of the very much heroes of the December Spanish Open circuit, the player from Singapore, Ting Jin Chao, is playing black against Ivan Chaparinov. He also tied for first in the Löbergat Open, which finished just before this. So having a very, very solid showing. A young player from Singapore, rated 25.62, but I'm guessing not for very long. He must be winning a ton of rating with those results. He's up 10 points here. I assume also won a lot of rating in Löbergat. So
must be nice. Ivan Chaparinov refused to play any other structure with either color. So we take on c6 and put a white pawn on e5. He has had that every game that we've seen with both colors.
He actually, today he managed it out of a Caro.
What opening? French Caro. He'll get that structure.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And he's been doing okay in it. Not spectacularly, but okay. And compared to once again, only I think, call it the Wróblewski Sicilian, but I will continue calling it the Wróblewski Sicilian. This looks like maybe it's a slightly better version even for black, because knight, I think, on d7 is, like, I would prefer the knight to be on e7 as Tinjun Chao has today. Yeah, because like if you compare, let's say this line and the line that Ivan actually played in this tournament, the a5, knight d7, rook e1, It doesn't really do very much on d7. You often have to work quite hard to include it in the game. It goes to b6 and then just like maybe what it does on b6 is stop knight a4 at most. Whereas the knight Tinjun Chao has here, it has squares like g6, f5. Let's say in particular, now that a5 has been played, if he gets to play bishop a6 and get the light squared bishops off the board, which I assume White probably wants to fight against, I would maybe include queen e2. But if the bishops come off the board, this knight will be very, very beautifully placed on f5. I think you're very happy with that square. Still, White has space. White has some development advantage, maybe not a lot, but some. So you still pick White to begin with, but it's a structure which I think lends itself very well to double-edged play and chances for a win later on in the game for black.
Yeah. What else do we have in Yuyangi Bernatsky? Knight h4, d takes c4. On the board, this is a move I've seen as well. I guess White is supposed to be a bit better here, but these structures are, as always, surprisingly resilient. Black gives up the two bishops, accepts our pawns, but they control a bunch of key squares, and it's not as bad as it looks. Still, I take White here every day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. And we sort of have to return to board one, because now I don't understand what's going on.
When c3, and then a5, what's
this is very confusing.
Just to explain, this is one of the big main lines, let's say castles, a6, White goes a4.
And Grishuk
some move order. And there's a position where Grishuk and others have championed the move a6 to a5. The reasoning being, once White is committed to a4, it's a good idea for us to go a5 to stop both a5 and b4. And if d4 ever happens, we'll have this eternal square after an exchange. This is a legit line for black. And to go a4 and c3 with black moving the a pawn only once should be a better version. Kirill knows much more than us about subtleties in Italian move orders. So he will have put some thought into this. But conventional thinking is this is not a great line.
I'm very surprised by this. He did, like, I know this for a fact because Italian occupied much of our thinking when we were preparing for the candidates. So he definitely has a clue about these things, and a very decent clue normally, but I still disagree with this particular take of his. I don't.
So he's spending some time, it's early morning, I'm not sure what he's doing, and then this is not the way to play it safe with White, because there is some tension in the position. Not saying White is worse or anything, but black now has the usual myriad of plans, and White has no obvious pawn breaks. I think go rook e1, h3, knight d2, knight f1, knight g3, or bishop e3. You'll be fine, but it's a surprise. Also, once black goes, I don't know, bishop e6, typically in these positions, in the theoretical positions, bishop b5 is a big move. But with the opponent a4, it always runs into knight a7. And you can't tuck this bishop away. So you have to do something else, which you can. They'll play b3 or whatever, but you're a tempo down compared to normal lines, so I'm not quite sure what this all is.
Yeah, I'm not in love with this as an approach from White in general. There is a position in Durabili Petrosyan, which I think both of us, but you sort of more recently could give a lecture of any length about Petrosyan in a very approved fashion by this studio. Tries to play the Marshall.
It's a great opening. Chessable.com/Jan.
Yes.
You can learn all the details. Check it out. But yeah, 8d3 is not considered to be the most critical choice. If you want to go d3, usually people do it here. But yeah, I could give my usual speech that you play h3 or a4 to get this bishop to commit to b7. And then you go for d3 because the bishop is slightly misplaced. Well, if you start with d3, there's no pressure on the black center. There's no c3, d4 coming. So going d6 here, I think that's any move. Either knight a5 or a more subtle approach. Supposed to be fine for black. But there's this one funny line. If you go knight a5 here, which is sort of the conventional reply, white goes bishop c2, black goes c5. You argue we have a Chigurh, but your opponent's already here. You switch, if you're saying, I'll go d4 now. It's still an interesting line.
Yeah, I think Harry did this against me in the European clubs a couple of years ago, and I was so scared here of playing queen c7 and being met with d5 that I actually played knight d7. And once again, it looks like it's sort of a classical position of tempo up because normally white has a pawn on h3. But even with a pawn on h2, these positions are not that much fun, and I lost that game sort of very, very convincingly. And it sort of scared me a little bit because, yeah, this is obviously a kind of an approach which would have been, I mean, unthinkable is a strong word, but like people would not be doing this normally. But theoreticians these days are much less scared of looking a bit foolish and just playing very established positions of full tempo down.
Also, people are less scared of making the first computer move, which...
That as well, yeah. That as well.
But black doesn't have to oblige, like I said. You can play h6 or even bishop b7, which I just said. It's not exactly necessary here. Get white, play knight b2. Then go for this when d4 loses much of its sting. Yep. Yeah, d6, c3 on the board. Let's see what Manuel does. He's Armenian. I'm not sure if that makes him an e4, e5 specialist by birth, but of course, maybe the legend of the Marshall in our times has been Levon Aronyan, who, yeah, I'm sure has had an impact on the careers of many of the Armenian younger players, although he no longer represents Armenia. So would expect Manuel to be very well versed in the subtleties of all this stuff. If not, check my course, Manuel.
Even if yes, check the course. It's a good course.
Jules on the live boards has been a rough tournament for Jules Moussard, but he didn't collapse. He saved this very lost position yesterday. And today he's black against Daniel Alsina, who drew Yesipenko, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that was a draw. Yeah, he held very comfortably there. Wasn't really even pushed all that much past the time control.
Jules trying to win this bishop with b5, c4, but you gotta assume Alsina. We'll see that.
Honestly, I think the entire point of the line that Alsina Leal is playing here, which is this incredible, like when I saw this for the first time, I thought it was a joke. For unprovoked on move 4 after bishop b5, knight d7. Very often the point is very much to play c4 and not c3. Right. And I'm expecting c4 in the current position. This also has become like an important theoretical debate, and people are now very aware that this is quite serious.
The Marazzi bind is so good that even if I'm losing some tempi and have to put my
and having
on a very dumb
b3,
square, it's still a Marazzi bind.
Yeah. I think Magnus was one of the first ones who did this, and in the Sochi World Cup, and then I copied him a few days later with no preparation, just basing my entire strategy for that game against Nikita Vitugov on Magnus has done this, cannot possibly be all that bad. Worked perfectly. Like, I was very, very satisfied with the outcome of that game.
C3 on the board, though. And yeah, we should show that there is some method to the madness. So if you start with castles here, which of course is normal move, then black can go a6, and we can't save this bishop anymore. Well, after knight f6, short castles, now knight takes e4, of course, is a question that demands answering. This is surprisingly dangerous.
Yeah, it's very risky. Doesn't look like much, but yeah, you can, like, you make one mistake there and the game is just gone. So you have to give up
for blitz.
You have to give up on d6 pretty much, and then white has a very safe advantage. So
I also enjoyed this.
Yeah. There are some very picturesque ways to just straight up lose the game by move 10 here, which is why nobody really touches that pawn on e4.
Know them all.
Yeah, in that version at least. If you want to try and win that pawn, you can play a6 here. And then after c4, I think knight takes e4 becomes playable. It's still not better for black. But yeah, but I think it becomes playable. I think I checked this, and I think the engine actually makes a draw here somehow, but
Ale.
Yeah. Yeah, as far as I can remember, this I clicked to an actual 000 somewhere, but yeah, not altogether convinced, and yeah, maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe it's a slightly different version. But anyway, c3 on the board, and this has like these lines in general have very serious sort of drawing tendencies, simply because of just how developed the theory in them has become in recent times, and there is a lot of very forcing continuations, which do appear to be almost forced theoretical draws. But black needs to play c5, c4 for that. If you allow d4, you get a playable position, which is maybe slightly worse. Yeah, all of these
here
lines.
You better know your stuff.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
a4 bishop b7, and yeah, all these lines, like I think the most fashionable one these days is d4, queen d3, and then take on a4 with the rook when black goes ba, right? Like knight c5, queen e2, ba, you go rook takes a4 here. This isn't really supposed to be, no, maybe bishop b3 first. Bishop b3, yeah, bishop b3 first. I think generally black survives here in recent practice at least, but you do kind of need to know what you're doing. Otherwise, it could become very risky. And very understandably, Jules says, I don't really, today is not a day for me to compare theoretical notes. I want to just play a position with 32 pieces on the board. Because bishop b7, after d4, you can play, I don't know, bishop b7 or rook c8 or what have you. And just play.
Yeah.
I like
maybe microscopically better, but a lot of scope for both sides.
Yeah.
With white, if you get the center and you don't get hit by a quick d5 or e5, you can't be too unhappy.
Yeah. I think both of them will be sort of quietly satisfied with how this came out, because it's a very complicated position, plenty of play, but white also is a bit better. Chaparinov.
This position looks vaguely familiar. Is this a theoretical line?
I think it went back into looking like a caro. Yeah, it kind of stopped looking like a caro for a second, and now it's back looking like a caro. And it's kind of a weird structure where black obviously has a broken queen side, but the knight on d5 will be so beautifully placed that, yeah, engines often still give white a bit of an advantage, but from a practical standpoint, I never really quite understood why this is supposed to be so bad. Put the king on d7, bishop b7, play a4, rook b8. How bad can it be, kind of stuff.
Yeah, hard to argue. What is Kirill doing? He's playing the Italian a tempo down, taking a lot of time. I mean, this is just weird.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a morning person he is, and it feels like such a weak sauce complaint to like by half an hour into the game already start making excuses for players because they had to poor darlings had to wake up at 8. but it does break your routine very, very conclusively.
Yeah, but that's more reason particular needing a draw with the white pieces to play whatever main line.
Yeah,
that's well established that you can literally play in your sleep instead of trying to
be clever,
freestyle and be clever early on when your head is not.
Yeah,
it's not in it.
Absolutely, yeah. But maybe just some kind of weird mix-up happened, and once again, I mean, these are sort of, despite both of them being very young, they are seasoned professionals and aren't really supposed to have mix-ups by move 7 in it.
No, so the reason I'm criticizing is because I know that Kirill is a very proper specialist in Italian move orders. So this, you don't go A4 and C3 until black has committed to A6 is, this is not exactly rocket science.
Yeah,
usually
one of the more established things currently in these move orders by now. Yeah, I guess now he will just play bishop b3 and play some kind of a very dry, very kind of equal-ish position with.
It's not his move. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, I guess like bishop b6 we just snap and go bishop b3. It's not really running too many risks, but
I don't know these structures. Yeah. Not saying it's bad, but once again, with the pawns on a4 and a5, these structures are a lot more acceptable for black, because whenever you go d4, black can usually just take it, and if you recapture it, it has this eternal square, go d5, or just put a knight on b4. Well, if white had gained some space here, this is very different. Which is why, with these a4, a5 included, bishop takes e6. It's not usually considered to be very challenging.
Yeah, but if you want to start all of those shuffles with knight b2 and b3, those are very heavily tempo. Like you really do not want to be a full tempo down here with white.
Yeah, white has some reserve of solidity, but it's not going to be enough for an advantage.
No.
There are still ways to bail out like this, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Also, Hans is probably thinking about how much does he want to invite exchanges here, and how reasonable is it? I don't know, 97. I guess d4 is
97. We're
not ideal, but what else he can do? This looks like a move.
Yeah, but we're probably taking only 3 anyway, so I don't know how much that improves our situation. You're also really inviting knight a3, b5, I guess, but knight a3 maybe then you go knight a7.
Yeah, here. You don't want to go FE in the tournament situation, and with the rook on e1 and rook e3. Once again, depends on the tempi playouts. And I've seen Kirill play some similar position, but this could also end well for black.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, maybe a useful passing move of some sort might be in order here for black. I'm not sure bishop a7 is.
No, we want to equalize this. Is perfectly fine.
Yeah,
or this is just depends on how spicy he wants to keep it.
Yeah.
And Yu Yang goes bishop g5, even more ambitious than e3, which I think I said he just wants to develop the bishop first, then regain the pawn. Probably rightly saying it's not the time to try to hang on to this pawn, sir.
Yeah, this is extremely risky for black, and the engine was even saying c6, e4 was incredibly playable. So. And then bishop takes c4 and go for some adventures. But e3 is very solid as well. Yeah, bishop g5. One thing it does allow maybe is knight d7, b6. Actually saying, I mean, it obviously doesn't save the pawn, but it maybe forces you to part with your bishop pair in order to win it.
Even this,
it's still a bit better for white.
Very happy though.
Yeah. No, queen, I think, maybe there's not much difference. It was going queen d7, bishop e7, but maybe it's exactly the same. I don't know why I was insisting on this. I think it's very, very similar.
Well, let's say I played the dumbest possible move. This structure, I'm happy to play for 100 moves. No, you'll go c6, I'll go b4, I don't know, rook fc1, maybe b5, maybe d5. I mean, with just a bishop, I think you're doomed to suffering with these double pawns and central control.
Yeah, we like c6, g6, we get the bishop over to d6, I guess, and we shuffle. But
we're winning. But I'll put my pieces somewhere. I'll go b4, b5. It'll be a top pick or knight.
Yeah, it's very safe for sure. Yeah. Second. Yeah. Why did they start at this funny hour? Says man with head of dog. 5 hours early or something. It's not 5 hours early. It's 7. It's even funnier than you think. It is because this tournament takes tie breaks very, very seriously. There will be tie breaks, even if there is no tie for first. And we know there won't be a tie for first. Mathematically impossible to have a tie for first with how the points have shaken out prior to this round. But there will be tie breaks for places 2 through 8, basically, mandated by the regulations of the tournament. And they wanted to be done while there's still daylight left. I think the plan is actually to have them outside, or at least this is what we were told yesterday, that they want it to be done in a very picturesque fashion. And the light does become kind of dim at some point, even though this is the Med, and it's very pleasant outside and all
that. H6, is this all?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Theory, we don't know, or
no.
Nowadays, there's no longer such a thing as theory. Has Bernatsky looked at this? Like,
no, I don't think H6 will be recommended by engines. I think white parts with this bishop quite happily.
Also, once again, opposite-colored bishops. But I like this version better than the one I just showed for black. Like,
I don't know. That bishop on c4 is quite strong.
I don't know. I mean, something bad might happen to me directly, but if I get this, I wouldn't be very concerned.
No.
Not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, put the bishop, yeah, specifically because the bishop goes to d6 and never actually has to be rerouted by f6, yeah. So like c6, knight d7, bishop d6, g6, drop the queen to e7, put the knight on f6.
Yeah,
seems fine.
But the move order by general.
Yeah, as long as we don't get
as
long as we don't get hit by some annoying queen b3 at some point.
Also, obviously, knight b5 is bad because of bishop b4 check, but in general, I think this structure I'm also okay with. I just didn't like the one where white has a knight and black has a bishop. Maybe this maybe.
Yeah, on board 3, we kind of announced this game exists and haven't shown it yet. Adiban playing black against Tabatabai with white. Adiban took a very kind of an interesting decision there a couple of moves ago after knight h4, because white is let's
starts out. It's not technically a very Berlin structure. Adiban plays bishop c5, which is a move I play every now and then as well when you're sick of bishop e7 and you're looking to spice it up a little with, for example, this b5 d5 stuff, which usually your opponent plays 25 moves of theory, and if you're precise, you barely survive. But if this comes unannounced, not everybody is in the mood to go for this. And Tabatabai goes for this position, which you typically see out of more Berlin-esque move orders, like when takes and castles. When I think the experts are saying the pawn is actually slightly better on a6 than on a7, but I change my mind about that every other day. It's one of the big internal debates I keep having. Anyway, random moves. Takes, knight c3. Knight c3, I'm slightly surprised by the pin.
Well, he unpinned quite comfortably with queen e2, queen e3, and this is how we got to where we got to. Queen e2, knight d7, queen e3, all seems logical. And then I think f6 is also a perfectly logical solution here. We don't really want to double the pawns on e3. Knight h4, and here, Adiban just goes g5 here. Just says, I don't believe you. You're knight on f5 all you want. And then bishop g6. And there's
why exactly?
Yeah, specifically knight h6 is potentially very annoying here. This may have been missed because shockingly, that piece cannot really be challenged by anything at all.
It's a very annoying piece.
And as Jan is saying, like just we go g3, I don't know, knight e2, king h2, we push f4, and if black can't really stop that, the king side will start creaking or maybe just flat out collapsing. So it needs to be somehow stopped, but like you can try knight e6 here, I guess. But after knight e2, or even, I mean, machine even goes f3, machine goes very slow.
Shane says, we already won the strategic battle, now we just got to stabilize for the next 100 moves. And then will be much better.
Yeah, but it's amazing just how like legit impossible it is to do anything about that knight on h6. It's just stopping. Yeah, like
you need like 80 moves to challenge it, and you're not particularly happy.
Yeah, now we get hit by h4, and
yeah,
we're going to be. Yeah.
No, g5 is a very committed move.
Yeah, I think he just specifically did not appreciate how annoyed he will be with the knight on h6, because otherwise, I think if this didn't exist, I think his plan is kind of okay. Like if the knight goes back, we're instantly, well, not equal, but it's
this. I wouldn't like, but yes.
Yeah, we want to go h5, h4, and then any kind of a break on the king side will be much harder to organize.
Yeah.
So yeah,
there we see Kirill Alexeyenko on the top board.
We finally get a view of the top board for today, and yeah, well, Hans not unexpectedly does play bishop b6 there, and yeah, these are kind of unpleasant choices, frankly, for white, as we've been describing. You're still like the engine will still quite happy to say it's very equal after takes bishop b3. The bishops come off, and no particular harm has been done yet. But yeah, not what I expected.
Thanks a lot. I just texted you, Peter. How's your coffee situation?
I've coffee. No, thank you. I don't. No, I'm okay.
Good. Thanks.
What else we got? Do we have any truly exciting positions by 15 minutes into the?
Let's have a look around. The fight for tournament victory happens exclusively on board one, but there's still a lot of chess being played here, and a bunch of games we haven't seen yet. Yesipenko. This is sort of the dream. If you're black last round in open against a lower rated but still very strong opponent, and you're scratching your head, how can I play for a win without much prep time? You're normally very, very happy if they give you some space in the center, because you have a strategic foundation for your winning.
And white even play d3, e4. This is not really how you're supposed to play the Rechi. Yeah, you're just like massively worse by move 6.
Especially e4 voluntarily. That's just fun.
Yeah. And yeah, he was still perfectly within his rights to like go castles e3 and.
Oh yeah, this is still a theoretical debate like we've seen in the World Championship match. Debate of positions like this, which are actually very rich in content and plans and so on, but once you go e4 deliberately, like black is happy to spend a couple tempi provoking e4 in any situation. This is this is just wrong.
Yeah, doing this on your own is just not correct. Yeah,
you could say I don't care. It's a King's Indian with colors reversed, but it's also not a great version. Like you committed to c4 and e4. Black hasn't committed to c5. Don't like it.
Yeah, a5, put the knight on c5, and white has basically very little play anywhere.
Also, we haven't castled yet, so if you start doing anything kinky here, I might go g5 or h5.
No, this has been like a misplay by move 6, definitely. You should not be playing this opening this way. On move 6, we have a game between Anton Korobov and Frederick Svane, where a bit of a theoretical discussion going on. This line isn't really supposed to be
theory, but this is supposed to be equal.
Yeah.
Frederick Svane, one of the German participants, having a quietly decent tournament. I haven't seen him that much on the live board, so I was assuming he's doing badly, but he's up like 6, 7, 8 rating points. And yeah, can't be too unhappy about things. But he's been playing well recently. Finished high school, I think. I don't know, 19 years old, and I understand that's very, very old for international talent standards, but for German standards, after you're done with your school and you have some time to focus on chess, I expect him to improve quite a bit in the not so distant future. I think he's a very good player. As for the line, yeah, as you mentioned, this is a theoretical debate. You could argue about what move to play in this particular position. I think I might have played bishop e7 here at some point. Have I? I can't remember anything. Point is usually white goes bishop g5, which looks like the typical Grunfeld move, but here we go knight b7, and we're very content to meet knight c3.
Yeah,
with h6, grabbing the bishops.
Stabilizing like this, you might be eventually forced to play e5, e4 to stop the pressure against the d5 pawn, but you're also not unhappy about those outcomes generally. You're kind of fine with that. And Anton goes
c4. Yeah,
c4, which that also definitely exists.
I'm not supposed to go here. I'm trying to remember what was the...
Yeah, this is a
smarter move or
different one. Yeah, and in this position, you definitely play c4. I remember some funky lines I was analyzing there. Bishop b7, c4, d4, e3. Yeah, but anyway. I'm sure modern engines will just equalize all of these positions. You also are not really obliged to go c takes d4. You can go knight c6 and white. The Catalans. Yeah, options.
Yeah, now
options exist. Yeah,
whatever.
Options very much exist. The move Anton played there in the way the game went, knight 1 d2. I don't think I've seen this, but I mean it feels logical because your other option here is to play bishop d2, knight c3, which is not
dry,
very dry. You still have to show some precision, but it doesn't really look like it will refute anything. Knight e2 trying to play knight e4 and create some threats of jumps does look logical, but I'm guessing black will be able to cover it.
Let's just soften up here. All of a sudden, the knight has magically made it here. Now, I'm sure you can click your way home, but this position is not completely innocuous.
Absolutely not. We have this is a very interesting line, which I think I was one of the earliest ones to be met with it on the white side. I think I had this against Peter Leko in the Yerevan World Teams in 2001, I want to say. But the theory has moved on a great deal since then, and it's a famous first debates here were, I think, in these lines. And they sort of still continue, right? This resurfaces every now and again, this very, very old theory of 5, knight f2, knight d7, and so on.
It starts with f5 here, which is sort of the modern way. And this is a very debated position, I think, in correspondence chess, where you can probably hang in there if you play perfectly, and some people have tried to transfer that approach to over-the-board play, but I'm not sure how high general excitement is, because as far as I know, things are holding, but white has 15 different options, which all require precise treatment, and it's not everybody's idea of how to spend a Friday morning from 5 a.m. till 8 a.m. Anyway, bishop b7, and yeah, this in particular is a position where I think rook d1, rook g1, g4, king d1, name a half logical move. It's going to be challenging, and yeah, king d1 is played by
being the choice by Morelli.
Yeah,
and this is also like for aficionados of weird happenings in chess tournaments. This is famously the line which prompted the Isle of Man Grand Swiss organizers.
Shirov situation, right?
Yeah, to actually move a board to a different playing hall because people somehow managed to produce the exact 20 moves on 2 neighboring boards, absolutely independently of each other. And the organizers at that point just thought, we don't know what's going on, we don't like it, we will have to make some decisions. And they just told one of the pairs to up and go. Which is a memorable occasion.
Erasmus, judging by the time spent and also the move played, maybe was a bit surprised by king d1, when, if memory serves, it's some 6 stuff that's being debated here. Where you give a pawn, and now you're saying, but my computer says, we keep pushing the button as zeros, sir.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're saying here. Yeah, as in many other cases. But yeah, King D1 is maybe not the most fashionable one, and Queen E7, while very understandable, is also not really what you want to be doing, because all of these endgames
position you want out of any opening.
Yeah, like these endgames are not very safe. Even if you do get to push C6, C5, you're not always entirely equal, and it's going to be a body of work to even do that, because white, might have different ideas about allowing you to play C5 here. So yeah, Queen E7 is, I think, a very, very welcome development for Morley Kartikeyan here. On board next to it, I've lost track, I guess 7. Yeah, and Anton Demchenko is playing the G3 Sicilian in a way, I think, which is also a very, like exactly as we've described the Darda Musar game yesterday. You probably know how to equalize. You probably know that you need to be slightly more ambitious and slightly more concrete. But you also want to keep the position as undefined as possible, because you need to play for a win with black, and you don't want to give white clear targets for, I don't know, massive trades or for something. But if you allow knight c2 and c4 and, I don't know, b3, a4 in these types of positions, you're not entirely equal.
It's a bad structure. Yeah. You need to do something with black, or you suffer.
So yeah, I think he very clearly is okay with just letting his opponent play chess, but yeah, if you want to equalize in these types of openings, you need to be slightly more precise. Amin Tabatabai allowed that knight to be traded off, and is supposedly still better, which is very curious. Like, all of these positions are just not equal for black, That
knight on knight sits here, we won't enjoy it very much. And this is very temporary.
It will get to e4. I think the big question is, let's say if we take on e3 and we play h5, right? And we say the king side now cannot be opened. I don't think we need to, I don't even need, my point was, we keep it on g5, h5, and we meet g4 with h4 and vice versa. And we say, I don't quite understand how you will open this particular tin. But I think the tin does get opened,
there are different potential openers now, and the king side still needs some attention. It's not like you can just,
it's a very, very miserable plan of action. But I don't think you can do. I mean, you can not take on e3. I guess that's a kind of a.
Yeah, I would be tempted to play this, but there is also.
Let's go. Let's say I don't know, king b8, knight e4, queen e7. Right. This is the way.
Still just bad, actually.
Yeah, we get mated then.
Knight is too strong. This really isn't. I blundered a pawn. Maybe some more cunning. But yeah, Tabatabai with a surprising but maybe strong solution. I didn't even think about this. I thought he's threatening to take, so we got to move it somewhere on the computer. Happy with knight h6. Kirill, this keeps being the slow grind that it is. B3 is we talked about this on there in slightly different position, but it's the sort of a new approach to keep as much play as possible in this, to go bishop c4, bc4. Question is usually, how do the tempi play out? This kind of stuff.
Yeah, we definitely looked at all kinds of positions like this with Kirill and the boys when preparing for Yekaterinburg. But yeah, we're just playing a kind of a known position of full tempo down. Do not endorse.
FIDE must condemn.
Yes. Alternatively, somebody must condemn FIDE.
Also, it's awkward because in particular now.
Yeah, and we also kind of
feel 100%.
We lost some tempi. Yeah, we want to play bishop b3 already, and we put the knight on g2. I think he is probably going to play b3. Honestly, from how he's been playing up to this point, I think it's likely that he plays b3. And that position will be in his files with white to move.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't like this. In the meantime, Adiban just very calmly takes on e3 and says, I don't believe you.
I've seen worse.
Yeah. He is not going to enjoy this.
He might.
Yeah, this is just going to be torture. It is possible to imagine Black not losing this for sure.
But you'll sit there for 4 or 5 hours and
this is going to be very, very unpleasant stuff.
Kirill does look a little sleepy.
Yeah.
And also a little rattled already, because I'm sure by now he understands things haven't been going ideal. And also he spent half an hour to reach a position that he's well familiar with, just a tempo down, which is not great. He's not worse because the Italian structure is so solid. Like he needs to do more to be in actual trouble. But the trend is not his friend.
I'm wondering if you can make an argument now that the bishop is on a7 to play bishop b5.
I'm also curious, but now a7, like
and we got d4, yeah. And we claim that this is, as usual, this is somewhat playable.
Normally,
yeah. Queen b3.
b3, okay.
I have no idea where any of this is going. I guess he wants to go knight f1, and he doesn't want to go d takes c4, which is definitely the correct approach. Like you never want to be taking on c4 with a d pawn.
This is a threat easily parried. Now knight f1.
I mean, we're not going to be worse. But
we're also working on it. We're working on it.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting somewhere in that particular. Rook f8 and then just push for the 65 very quickly or something.
Also, by doing this, he's leaving the safety net of whatever we want to call it, pattern recognition, because now the position is very particular, like this, you can still play in your sleep and it won't be too bad even here. But yeah, this is, now it's a weird approach to the game by Kirill. He wants to be ambitious, but not too ambitious. And I don't know. Things aren't going great so far.
No, I don't think they are. What's happening in Yuengi's game? Because Black somehow just hung on to the pawn on c4 until now. And he played queen c6 here, which is like a massively risky move.
It's a bit greedy, even for our standards.
Bishop 2, knight d7, castles, bishop d6, and the engine says if you just go b3 here, Black is in tremendous amount of trouble.
But this
queen b6, I guess, but then you continue getting chased. Queen c2 attacks f5, and then rook b1 is coming in.
If we get that pawn, we're just
no, it looks borderline
cruising strategically.
Looks borderline lost, honestly, already, because we've burned through so much time trying to preserve the pawn on c4.
Yu Yang doesn't exactly have to be encouraged to sacrifice a pawn and to open the position and use this very impressive tactical prowess. So queen c6 is a little.
Yeah, it's really
brazen.
Really pushing.
And I say I kind of liked h6. So we just get the pieces out. I don't think there's too much to worry about.
Yeah. b3 might not even be the only solution, but you do want to be kind of fast here, because if you give Black time to castle and play knight f6,
also g6, then all the tactics we just saw disappear.
Yeah, even if you do win the c4 pawn, but you give Black time to return to those setups we were discussing, I think Black will be reasonably happy.
How does this go?
Bishop b5 wins a piece, which is kind of unfortunate.
Just a bit stuck.
This is why it's so painful. It's an extremely prosaic thread that is difficult.
This is not exactly solving that issue.
Not an improvement. No. In Durabili,
queen e7 with
of course. What else did you play? Yeah, this one is going slightly weirdly because Manuel did play a kind of a more subtle move after c3, d3. He played rook e8. You were advocating for h6. I think I'm probably also picking h6 over rook e8 because I don't particularly want to think about knight g5 in every single position. It gets annoying. But rook e8 probably not horrible.
No, you can always do this.
Yeah, but I'm sort of not on board with a4 rook b8. I'm pretty much never on board with playing rook b8 in these types of positions. I'd much rather pretty much any other choice. I'm okay with b4 in most cases. I'm very okay with bishop d7 in most cases. I just don't like giving up the a file.
Yeah, that's a question could debate. I'm more on board with rook b8 than you are. I mean, every position is slightly different, but we've seen, for example, in the match that even this was played, and you give up the a file, which is not great, but you keep your bishop on the quote-unquote correct diagonal, and b4 also. But in some squares, so it's always a choice between three evens.
Once again, I don't want to even slightly hint at asking you to divulge NDA protected information. But my feeling was Magnus very often does these things with the intention of playing a weird Marshallish type stuff, and just it's often connected with playing d5 as early as possible. Whereas here we've already played d6, so that is true. And even very specifically, like ab5, this is on the board. You can play d4, and a massive issue with what we've done is that now d4, d5 is will just win a piece if it's allowed, meaning that black probably needs to switch to very different structures. And here, once again, we sort of somewhat come back to the topic of everybody in this group needs a win. This is definitely risky. I would be very worried here with black. I think my personal preference is not to play these structures. Even e takes d5 followed by knight c3 would worry me quite a bit. Like I mean, apparently bishop b6 works here, and instead of knight c3, the engine for a second there on my screen was giving the move knight g5, which I didn't see. But all of these concerns would be for my personal taste, I would be very unhappy about having to think about all of that. But also, you do provoke white into unknown, potentially sharp territories, which does give you maybe a better fighting chance if you want to play for a win compared to, I don't know, bishop d7.
Yeah, no, and all these positions are slightly different. I mentioned earlier h6 here we have rook e8, which makes knight g5 possible, but of course it's also, other than that tactical detail, a more useful move than h6 for whatever. These structures in general here, I'd much rather, I don't know, have played rook e8 than h6, I guess. So it's, there's no black and white, but it's a complicated strategic position where black has to be much more careful than white, who can play any half logical looking move. Yeah, knight g5, what's the point other than?
I think it's 9 in the morning, so he wants to
go back and see where the wind is coming from.
Yeah, he wants an hour and a half for 38 instead of an hour and a half for 40, basically.
That way, I thought you might repeat and see if rook e8 is the move of choice, or where Petros
that as well. But I think psychology doesn't really enter into it too much. I think he just wants to shave off a couple of moves and then do something else.
The thing is, though, when he played rook e8, it was a sort of different position. Like we hadn't gotten here yet, so now that this thing is defined, rook e8 is much lower on my list than it was earlier. Like here, bishop e6,
bishop e6, h6,
or h6. All very much come to mind.
Yeah, I'm very interested in before specifically, and now that the a pawns have disappeared, they're just trying to.
Or also this actually, which is a typical idea. Now that the a file is open, now we just say, okay, you know what? Can I have it, please? Which obviously is not a thing. Before ab5, but no, I'm saying it's not a Zaitsev no-brainer repetition where you go back and forth and black should repeat or make a lesser move.
Yeah, I agree. I was a bit surprised seeing knight g5. It didn't seem like the most natural spot to offer that repetition, but I also don't see what you're doing here if it's not knight f3. Is he actually planning to play d4 here and claiming that e4, c4, d5? This is interesting, yeah? Maybe. Because if we assume that the default reply to this is takes d5, then we play e5 and knight e4 is not available. This is curious.
Deep.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too deep. It's I'm not at all sure this is great. And one of the potential ways to ask questions would be as the engine was also suggesting you can take on d4, play bishop g4.
So risky strategically, but maybe.
Then we are threatening h6, right? And then go back to for some reason it actually prefers bishop c8 to bishop d7 here, which is another one of those like really
e5.
Now we've lost to e5. Okay. Excellent, understood. So yeah, we go all the way back to c8, and we want to play h6, but we are provoking all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I think it's difficult to play like this. So yeah, this is a curious approach by Vasif, and then if all of what we just discussed is true, maybe we do. Yeah, maybe we
not d5.
We do actually get exactly that little bit of discussion illustrated on the board, because Black will maybe have to go ed4, cd4, h6, and then d5.
Yeah. Now, once again, as you mentioned, ed is also very much a move in these types of positions.
Yeah, and we get the same position, but with pawn on h6 instead of a rook on e8, which
actually I'm not that sure. I said earlier I'd rather have rook e8. I'm not that sure actually.
Yeah, stuffing bishop g5 is useful in some positions there. Yeah. Quite curious. All of this.
Also, this just by eye test. I mean, it could be something.
It's always playable. Yeah, I think white is pretty much never worse after the sacrifice, and specifically for this structure, I think you very much like to provoke h6, because you have additional like queen e2, queen e4, bishop c2 ideas in some positions, and bishop takes h6 ideas, all of that stuff. Yeah,
it's an exchange, but yeah,
but it's also the last round of the Open, so I think you are incredibly incentivized to gamble.
Yep. Kirill went knight f1. Yeah, he's doing weird stuff, but it is still a Jacobiano structure. So it's hard to be in too much trouble, but this
we have to prepare for one move, because b5 is very capturable here. Yeah, we're not going to be much worse here with white.
No, that's the thing. Like, even with our slight liberties, we're still hard to be in too much trouble.
We're still okay. Yeah. Weirdly, in terms of like continuations which appear to give Black something on our screen, bishop c4, queen e6
wouldn't be very high on my list, because I'm always assuming for this structure I want queens to support my.
But we've won a bunch of time compared. So like both knight d7, c5, and knight h5, f4 here, they're all.
No, I'm just surprised that things Black better or not.
Yeah, I guess it's not very much anyway. It kind of equalizes here. And also, I think it will be very.
You can go b3.
Yeah, it's going to be very low on Hans's radar, I think, because just continuing to trade in a must-win game with Black doesn't feel like it's the highest priority ever. We got a question, which I guess we probably should address once. There was this very long stream yesterday talking about the acquisition. Things are happening in the world of chess. People are streaming about the thing. This is as expected. We'll see what
hot takes by Peter Svidler.
Yes, I am.
Grow the game.
Yes, I'm full of incredibly hot takes on this topic, but in general, people are obviously very excited. They were showing us all kinds of very excited faces yesterday. They seemed positively aglow.
Very much so, yeah.
With what's going on with
the opportunities are endless. Can't wait to see where the chess world will go from here.
But I mean, jokes aside, there will be.
It wasn't a joke.
Yeah.
CB.
Well, what else could I mean? Do you allow b takes c4? It's also kind of resignable. Yeah. Yeah. Black will have to make a number of.
Come on, Bernatsky, queen c6. He's a strong player. You can't give Yu Yang such a penalty.
No, it just doesn't look right. Yeah. After queen c2, he really will have to find a bunch of decisions not to lose on the spot. Yeah.
Neither is fun, because both this and this pawn are pretty good good pawns.
Yeah, and the engine is kind of vacillating between giving up on f5 and giving up on b7. Yeah, g6 rook ab1, you resign. G6 is just completely unplayable because you lose the queen, I think. It just gets stuck.
Ah, and knight b1. Oh.
Yeah, we've just straight up lost that queen to rook e5 check. So yeah, the choice is between queen a5 and c6. If you play queen a5 after queen c2, after rook b1, you will have to give up on b7, like you play, I don't know, a6 here. Ugh. And yeah, this is exactly the sound.
Apparently good, but
even just taking on b7 is
also not thrilled about.
Yeah, it's just very, very unpleasant whatever white chooses to do. Or you can create normal squares for your queen on b2, a full pawn on c5. Like you play c6 here, after queen c2, and queen f5, queen c7.
The structure is just so bad. We lose the point of why we did this football on the center, and
you just get mated like
don't
e4, e5, bishop d3.
The opposite color bishops here. It's just computer's first move by way h4, saying +2.
Because you want it on h5 to give mate easier. Yeah, no, you just know it's bad. The question is how bad, and you also kind of know it's very bad.
Yeah, no doubt about it. White has a center, and he will get an attack on the king no matter where it goes. Then the opposite color bishops will favor him strategically because more attackers, blah, blah, blah.
I'm a bit confused by what's going on in Adiban's game. In particular, he's been thinking here for, I think, maybe 10 minutes already. And like having
confusing.
Yeah,
H or G4 looks like a legit choice, no?
Really? Like how do you
like either?
How do you not lose the h5 pawn after gh would be my question. Like gh, rook h1, I want to take, go rook h1.
Do something.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure it's gonna end up great, but G4 you're also signing up for eternal suffering. So
no, but you signed up for the eternal suffering when you took on e3.
Yeah, sure.
Like this is done. We're already here. Yeah,
what do you think about this for a bit? Like hoping that maybe we can survive this move by move?
I didn't realize c4 was a thing. Yeah. This explained it. Yeah.
Well, it's still bad, but especially in the morning round, being upset with what one has done so far. Yeah, I'd be very tempted to try to force it if it's not hopeless.
Yeah. Yeah, and the issue is after g4, you get hit by b2, b4 immediately, and you're not in time to put the king on c6
anymore, and your king is not coming here.
Yeah, if you could make like 3 moves in a row here, play king b7, king 6, rook h, f8, maybe you could hold that position.
Well, maybe you hold this, but it's gonna be a sad situation for quite a while.
Yeah.
So you're always stuck defending this, so you need one rook to keep an eye on. Stupid pawn. Nah, it's not great.
Yeah, it's just incredibly unpleasant for black. Yeah. Nick is asking, was bishop b4 instead of bishop d6 in UNG's game better just to prevent b2, b3? Maybe it was, yeah. I mean, probably, some choices along the way must have been better than what Bernatsky has done, because this is just straight up bad.
Which position?
Instead of bishop d6, a bit, like a few moves ago. Like castles, just go bishop b4 here. Yeah, honestly, does make a lot more sense than bishop d6. I think he just straight up.
Still bad, I guess.
No, but we get to castle. We get to castle, maybe put the knight on f6. We will lose the c4 pawn. There is no question.
Take this, I guess.
Yeah.
b6, you take. Queen c2 is strong.
Queen c2 is always pretty strong.
No, yeah, it makes sense, but I think he signed up for suffering with queen c6 pretty much, really for no obvious reason, because it's not like black can ever be better, even if you hang on to this pawn for 3 moves, like rook c1. You're not. No. Won't be fun for Bernatsky. Will be great fun for us, because not only do we have these 4 or 5 hours of play ahead of us, but we also have the tie breaks at 4 p.m. where maybe the 2nd till 8th place will be determined, because the winner of this game, if it finds one, if it doesn't, will be Kirill Alexienko. We'll come back with all the intrigue behind the scenes We know nothing. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the decisive game of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International. Kirill Alexeyenko needs a draw or obviously a win to win the tournament outright. If he loses, Hans Niemann will win the event. And Kirill, he's still not worse, but still feels like he's doing everything to make his life difficult.
Yeah, I'm really not in love with any of the decisions here. Queen e6, we left the.
This is an amazing decision in a must-win situation. It's the best move, but normally it's something you would just discard because you think, okay, I can't win this endgame. But they both seem to agree that this is actually
a bit annoying,
a little dangerous.
Yeah.
Still, I would have done this under these circumstances. It doesn't look that annoying, and leaves a lot less room for error than what he does now when Black has legit ideas.
I think maybe what was slightly missed is that he played Queen b5 and he assumed he will be able to very safely play Bishop b3 next move. But if you play Bishop b3 here, you do run into Knight a7 very specifically, which will force you to take on c4 with the d pawn. Even that maybe is actually kind of manageable the way the pieces are. But you, of course, like normally you're not very much in favor of this because your structure is becoming worse, becoming less flexible. And if you can't play Bishop b3, then the Queen on b5 is, this is not really going in the direction you would want it to be going in.
Knight a7 still exists even without Bishop b3.
Yeah, the current best line by engines here is Knight 3 d2, which is a move that you just don't make. I don't know.
You're starting to wonder, where am I just slightly worse? Where am I really in trouble? No, he's making this tricky for himself.
Yeah, absolutely is. In the meantime, on other boards, Yuan Yi did eventually play Queen c2. He included Queen d5 because there was a bit of a repetition here while we were off air. He played Queen d5, which would have been an even stronger move if not for the fact that Queen c6 exists.
So it's just good thinking. He checks if Black finds the best move, and then he goes back to.
And now the Queen is on c2, and as we've described, like the choices are incredibly unpleasant. You can go Queen d5, and then after Rook b1, you lose the b7 pawn at least. Or you can play c6, give up on f5, but have the c7 square for the queen. Both are incredibly poor for Black. You have to defend really, really well not to be, I think, just lost here with Black. Yeah,
very pleasant for you, Yuan Yi, how this game is playing out thus far.
On board 3, indeed, Adiban after some thought go for gh and c4. Interestingly, for a second there, I don't know if it would have been the final decision, but I did notice that after GH, the engine was advocating for the immediate Rook a1 as well. Like it wasn't
just stopping c4.
Yeah, just trying to make c4 much less impactful.
Though, because we're
allowing Rook g8, Rook g4 is a strange decision, I guess. Yeah, and it doesn't like it as much, but I noticed that it was at least a possible version. But Rook h1, c4, Rook a1 is what I mean. Goes with. Which I think is understandable because machine, I think, prefers other stuff like Rook. Yeah, actually, Rook h4 cd maybe is a very.
Was this?
Yeah, but the problem for White in all of these positions is that the engine probably wins them with White, but it doesn't by just abandoning the d3 pawn and going after the king side.
Yeah, and it feels. Once we allow counterplay, that
it feels unnecessary, right?
I don't know. Also, frankly, I'm surprised. This is that good. It really looks like Black is having his fair share here.
Yeah. This is not. Yeah, it's difficult to go for this.
Who are we to argue? But to go for this from afar, like, kudos.
Yeah. So Rook a1 is the choice here. And honestly, it seems like without Knight c5, Black is still more or less completely lost here. So it's a good choice.
You could play different versions of this.
Yeah, this appears to be what you're supposed to go with for.
Like King e2 with Rook g8.
Yeah, we have Rook g4. Yeah, so you pretty much always have to give up at least parts of your queen side, but White is just faster. It also makes a very cynical like c3 or c4 choice here, saying, yeah, please have the b pawn, but your passers aren't really passers yet.
This on the board, c takes d3, rook takes and knight c5.
Yeah, and it seems that the line we were just showing is borderline forced and is also just straight up winning for white according to what the engine is saying if you find all the best.
Has to be a decision. This looks like the most natural move, no?
But then, yeah, we get to play rook g8, rook g5 at least, and we achieve wiggle, achieve some semblance of stability, I guess, even though it still looks like it probably gets taken apart. Yeah. Then.
Yeah, it's on the verge of disaster, but it's still some precision required. But he didn't really do anything special other than taking this good decision to allow bishop f5, and he's almost winning, so it's nice.
Yeah.
On board 4 in the rook b8 Spanish, pawn to b4 has been played after. What did white play? h3.
Yeah, he went rook f8 h3, which is really, I think we're kind of being a little bit too clever. This starts resembling
back to the match territory.
Yeah, I was going to ask you because you would know much better than me.
This looks vaguely familiar. By vaguely familiar, I mean very familiar.
Is this straight up exactly what was game 3, I want to say?
Fucking move orders keep confusing me, but let's try to reproduce. Let's say takes, whatever, d3, d6, h3, h6, c3, rook e8, bd2, b4. Oh no, you don't go rook e8, you go b4, knight bd2, takes, d5. Is this the position they would have? It is, right?
Database says this is Bakro versus Fressinet, but not for some reason Nepomniachtchi Carlsen. So I don't know whether I can trust it or not.
No, you can, because Carlsen, I mean, the game was c3, d5, h3, maybe. No, probably not. Knight
bd2, probably, yeah.
Anyway, I'm mixing something up, but I recall that Magnus started with bishop d6 in a position where it was supposed to start with h6. I think it was c3, d5. Anyway, it's very much in that family of lines. I'm getting there. b4, b2. But yeah, it's thematic, and clearly Manuel has put some thought into how to play these positions as well. It's not like this is easier. Always slightly worse, having to be precise, not to make it much worse. But the good thing about most of these Spanish positions is, in doubt, the rook e8, bishop f8, bishop e6 plan kind of works, and things can't get too bad.
Yeah. In the meantime, in the rook ending, Amin Tabatabai took 7 seconds to take on h4 instead of rook takes d8, which I think is a very understandable decision, but is sharply criticized by sharply criticized by the computers who say the other thing was winning and this one is just much better. Is the argument here. Yeah, because it goes for a bit of like a bait and switch here. It goes maybe c4, and if you go rook h3, it switches back to rook d8 and starts asking you some back rook h8. And you do generate at least some counterplay eventually. Whereas with one rook, Machine just says we're winning that race hands down, so we don't need to worry about being in a race. Which obviously is very easy for the computer, but less easy for a human player. And I think you can get there not even by calculating the race, but by sort of understanding that 4 rook endgames are trickier than 2 rook endgames. and just believing in.
I don't know. It's so specific. If the other line was winning, we could argue the opposite. But yeah. Point is taken.
So like we go king f3 here, rook d2. We go. I mean,
and this, for example, this.
This is already a draw. So we go c4, rook b2, rook h4. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to once again. It's very difficult to tune out the fact that it's +3 on my screen. But just trying to imagine if I had this. Yeah. Rook h5, rook h6. It does look completely winning, honestly.
It does look winning, but this one, for example, is 0-0. It doesn't look that much worse. It's just the rook is better placed on b2.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, there you can get there with calculating, but also the position he has looks so much better with. I don't know how many targets you want.
No, Black actually even here, what the engine does here to generate counterplay is very sort of study-like. The line with c4, like if we can continue showing it, rook h3, rook g8, let's say king e3, it goes rook h g8, it goes g3, and now it throws in c3, bc3.
For good luck.
Yeah, to generate weaknesses, and then rook d6, rook c6. And suddenly you find yourself in a situation where, I mean, Black has legitimate counterplay. You probably don't win this anymore.
Even here from afar, like, how sure are you not just resigning?
Rook c3. Rook takes.
Why is this not hanging a rook? Rook g3.
You'll have rook g3, yeah.
I missed that. King d3, rook d8, it's so specific.
No, it is. I'm guessing that in practical play, the one I mean has gone for also ends in a white victory.
Now this is dead lost with the king on d2. Was it?
This is actually dead lost. Yeah, +3 here in an equal material position. Yeah, it just says resign, please, because f6 will fall once we get the king to h5.
Well, this is a draw.
Because rook h6, rook gets activated. He gets to d6. Yeah, okay. No, these are all. Yeah, I think.
Good luck, gentlemen.
I think we kind of have to give up here and just. Machine good, human being less good. Not much to add.
This looks like a good turn of events for Alexienko. He played knight 3d2, and Hans, somewhat surprisingly, now forced his knight a7, queen c4, when that's what Kirill was very specifically preparing for. And, I do know, because I'm reading the screen, but this looks much more challenging.
Yeah, and even if you're not sure what's happening after knight c4, bishop c5, you do want to preserve some material, and knight a7 is very much playing into sort of exactly what white wants. He played queen b3, even not queen c4, which is maybe even more precise, keeping the square for the knight if Black declines a trade. And now after knight c6, I mean, Black is completely and utterly fine, of course, but
so is white.
So is white, and considering the tournament situation, it's a bit surprising that Hans didn't try to be slightly trickier there, just to ask questions, even if answers were available. Yeah. In the end, probably won't be the most exciting, like, too early to say. I mean, the game is still very much ongoing, but I assume you play bishop b3 because what else do you play? And then we have a very, very symmetrical structure with only the knights and the rooks left. Shouldn't really be the most thrilling of conclusions from here.
We shall see. Queen a5, rook ab1, a6 happen in this game, and
bishop f3 is a bit.
Why does he need to target?
It's a bit fancy, yeah. It's a bit fancy.
Feels wrong, frankly. Why do this? Take it or go e4 if you think you're winning there, but.
Yeah, the engine was, I think, the thing that it liked the most wasn't even rook b7. It was bishop d3, provoke g6, or the immediate e4. Just go in, sort of
threatening e5.
It's time, it's time. Let's go in. Let's just win the game on the spot. And why is fe4 so lost here? Just queen e4 or knight? Yeah, I guess knight e4.
Yeah. I just check. Queen takes. Though shall not castle.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to be sure this is This is good because you gave up your structural edge, but
yeah, black is really like one move away here from seemingly stabilizing. If I get to play g6, king g7, I think I would feel I've almost gotten away with it, but you just don't actually get to play those moves. After bishop c4, you start losing material. Yeah, bishop f3 doesn't feel necessary. It doesn't throw everything away, but I think it's an improvement in black's fortunes. Yeah, we'll take
no, you're still worse, but why spend two moves to put the bishop here when you can take with the rook?
I guess maybe he was slightly worried he gets locked out by knight b6. That would be for what he is doing.
Like and the computer is less concerned about this.
Yeah, entirely unconcerned, I would say. And then rook takes b6 against most moves here. Okay, rook a6. Just,
oof. We should point out that this is just completely winning, although sometimes the opposite bishops might fool you, but
it's not one, it's two. Yeah,
it's hopeless.
Yeah, it's just completely hopeless. Yeah. Okay. I keep on having to take my words back, right? I said, what else do you play? You will clearly play bishop e3 there, and he goes knight e3.
This is so weird. Why? I mean, I'm not saying you're worse, but why mix it at all when you need a draw to win the tournament? You want and also pieces of the same species to be traded for each other, not this.
And honestly, in these structures, I think you very happily take on e3, even if it's not a must-win game. I think you like.
No, it's also the correct move.
Yeah. It's a very, very easy decision for Hans in this particular setup because knight c4 is just a threat. But even if it wasn't, this bishop on e3 will be very, very stupid. It never has any squares. Black goes like b6.
Oh, it goes d5.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I agree with the very quick d5 here. I think b6, knight d7, f5 was a more kind of a flexible way of dealing with this.
White sits. I don't know. Still don't like it for white that much because both these pieces are such idiots. But white is still super solid now because here I start probing for something.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that bad. And if g4 happens, white immediately is actually quite happy because there's a square on c4 for your knight to aim at. And
no, I'm thinking I'm better again. Like
exactly. So tension has to be preserved, but yeah, you go rook a1, king f1, bishop f2, just as Jan said, and start asking. Maybe at some point I will be able to take on d5 and play d4 or whatever. I mean, considering we need a draw, we probably have some ways of diffusing the tension in the center because black really can't play d4, can't really play d5, d4 either because you probably don't equalize after that. So yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Also, no, but not right away, right? You never actually go ed and d4 here because that is sort of begging for
extreme.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. It's okay, but yeah,
also survives. But
I don't think it's required. I think f3 is likelier.
And even this, you have to calculate to make sure you're completely fine, which apparently you are. But why exactly?
Yeah, it works out move by move as usual. c7 is just as weak as d4 apparently, but I don't think very many people actually go for this.
Oh. I broke the system. I broke the program. I guess we'll have to go on a quick fixing break. Apologies for that. Thanks for being with us this early morning. Maybe we should talk to the chat at some point.
Yeah,
the three people that kept us company.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it, but
we should say hi. So thanks a lot for watching in these trying times. We'll be back with the finale grande of this tournament. I guess I need to. Yeah, I was assuming we were off. I just kept talking in case we aren't. I have to do the usual routine, data. Everybody, we are still following the final round of the Chessable Sunway Sitges Open Tournament, where Kirill Alekseyenko needs a draw to win the event outright. If he loses to Hans Niemann, then Hans Niemann will be the victor of this very strong Open. And yeah, we've not been impressed with how Kirill played the early stages of the game, but the position that he did get now does seem to have a great reserve of stability. If you go rook 81, it doesn't look that great.
Yeah, this now looks very manageable for white. You do have to pay some attention, I guess, to like if you give black a lot of time, black will play b6, rook d7, rook fd8, and will start threatening d takes e4.
Yeah, but our king will be on e2.
Yeah, but by that point, we should be able to do something about this sort of very, very telegraphed idea. So. King e2, I'm a bit worried about knight h5, which is why I would prefer maybe to just go bishop f2 and prepare and play e5 and d4 and just say, okay, this is now just what I'm going to do, and I'm not that worried. Knight h5 actually doesn't create much in the way of threats. Yeah, we're just okay with it.
Yeah, you can probably even sit and say, all right, what now, sir? Well, yeah, also depends. So, and Kirill does it differently. Maybe that's smart, actually. He doesn't go rook 81, so he doesn't have to worry about de4, maybe ever, because there's always de4, and you're comfortable with it. He starts probing for, well, still keeping the option of going king f1, king e2, g3.
Yep.
So at what point do we say enough? Still some potential jumps. Rook f8, that looks non-specific.
Yeah, that seems like a bit of a quiet move. Do we provoke g5 or we don't care? Like, I think black probably is okay with playing g5. Yeah. G5. That's how it looks like to me as well.
We can embark on a little adventure if we feel like. I'll play b4.
Whoa.
It's not in the mood for adventures, very understandably. Goes rook 81 now. Now that the rook is committed to e8. Yeah, I guess we'll see. The same sort of holding pattern.
Yeah. Seems like, yeah, it's just going to be very, very difficult for black to generate anything at all. And, you know, considering you actually at some point probably want to end this game in a draw because you're also not really threatening much with white, apart from d5 and d4, it's very difficult to like nominate any way to resolve the tension in the center, right?
Yeah, that's the only problem. Like you're signing up to saying, I'll do nothing for another 30 moves and you can't do anything either, which is not the most pleasant way to do this in a draws enough situation. But position looks fine, fairly stable still.
Yeah. In the meantime, on other boards, yeah, Yoangi continues being much better, but sort of less winning.
Much better than he could have been. No, g6, I'm not sure how great this is.
Yeah, we've stabilized with black. Yeah, we were no longer really running any immediate risks. You want to play king g7, you want to eventually, I guess, take on b7, put the knight on f6, and then start, preparing to play c5.
What's
maybe
the problem, frankly?
Yeah. No, this has been a very unexpected turnaround because the position after rook b1 a6, it like genuinely looks like there should be a solution.
Like it's collapsing, and it was.
Yeah, although if you look at what the engine says here, after castle e5, bishop b4, you have to be happy to play knight d1.
He's not thrilled about this.
But it's just weird.
You could stop calculating with white and say no.
Here we do have queen f5 and then I don't know bishop d3 and things. My bigger question would be what happens if L91 black goes to G6? Why is that so horrible? On 93 C4 just collects everything. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. This is why 91 is actually so strong, because we're taking one step back, but then it lands on C4 with tremendous effect.
Sometimes you gotta take a step back. It takes two steps forward.
Absolutely. Yeah, Bernatsky is now, I think, probably sort of okay. I mean, the engine still doesn't give equality to black, but this is.
I'm a bit surprised I think such a position is so bad. Actually, I would think black should be all right, but it disagrees.
No, I think it's very concrete. I don't think it takes on B8 twice, like in the position that we had after H4, H5, and starts going forward like 95 and create threats against the structure, which you can sort of maybe relate to.
You win half a tempo, but still.
And then it goes back to shuffling actually. Yeah, it says +1.
Four. Why are we lost?
Yeah, this one I would think I think I'm supposed to hold.
Yeah.
I guess the queen on A5 is still an incredibly awkward piece and doesn't really have good.
No, the computer will be right as always. Just saying the eye test from afar.
Yeah, you just
obstacle bishops with stable. Like,
no, the issue is you lose the A6 pawn. Like queen C6, we attack and win the A6 pawn here, I think. Eventually.
It looks like.
Or the F7 pawn, yeah, one of those pawns, yeah.
No, I'm not going to argue with the compete. Just it doesn't look as bad.
No, it definitely doesn't. Definitely doesn't. The 4-rook ending in Tabatabai Adiban is.
It's going to be around for a while.
Yeah.
Something like this. I'm not sure you always wins.
No, I think you just don't against good defense, yeah, because you've put your pieces on very, very passive squares.
Maybe you can be more cunning.
Yeah, I think the decision Adiban took on move 21, which I was very surprised with, and also people in chat are we got some comments saying I don't understand GH4, G4 look more natural, is now being sort of borne out by how the game is going, because at least he did get himself a concrete position which he can try defending move by move, whereas after G4 before he would just be there.
Eternal suffering without any active move for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and thanks very much for the sub, Fenbine Gold. Welcome back. 23 months. Wow. That is a long time in politics. In other areas of life, I suppose.
How many? All right, Durabili against Petrosyan.
Yeah. Why was it Queen? This is clever actually. He played Bishop D5 a moment ago, yeah, which I think is a bit too fancy. And Bishop D7 looks very natural, but Manuel did it slightly differently. He played Queen D7, saying, "I now have a square for the knight on C6. Please move your bishop away, sir." But the Queen D7 is maybe not the most ideal square.
Why doesn't he go Bishop D7, Rook A6? He didn't like it.
I guess, yeah.
Still can't take, so you should go Rook B6, and the structure has gotten a little softened up.
A little iffy, yeah. You can understand Queen D7 there, yeah. After Bishop C4, we can now play, I don't know, Bishop F8 and embark on the usual stuff like Knight E7, G6. Yeah, the maneuver, I think, much loved by the world champion, who does it in seemingly every single position.
Yeah,
and with good
much success. Loved by Lila Zero in every single Spanish position.
Yeah,
Rook 7, Knight G6. How bad can it be?
Yep. So let's go back to, sort of not back, but slightly below, to the people on 6.5. Yeah. Even Chavez has a very solid tournament. Yeah, just somehow completely, I think, equalized by now with the knight on D5 providing tremendous cover for everything.
Zhu got what he wanted.
Yeah, just a
Play position.
Plenty of pieces on the board, yeah.
What is this? The suicide mission started with move 6 is still in full effect.
Yeah, and white actually went for some kind of a pawn storm on the king side, but there's nobody there. Like the issue is you're doing all these things, but there's nobody there. The king will be on c8, and you've opened
on h8.
Yeah, you've opened up the king side for black to eventually launch an attack towards the king. Yeah. Korobov Svane probably is kind of hurtling towards draw.
Svane, very solid today. I'm not sure if you can make any claims about.
I mean, you can continue shuffling, but yeah, you're not winning very many of these generally. Rook c7, okay, yeah. The king now crosses. You have the rook on the 7th. You can be very proud of yourself, but you don't actually.
No, you keep making moves.
Yeah, I don't know, king g7, king f6, what have you. Yeah, eventually it starts giving white a little bit of something, but yeah, I don't know how you win.
Some pawns will disappear.
Yeah, and Frederick actually is, I guess he is debating whether he can throw in rook ac8, which is probably also not a mistake, right? No, because of the back rank issues,
it actually doesn't win a tempo.
It loses a tempo, yeah. Yeah,
it's still fine.
Yeah, should still be a draw, but he probably shouldn't be doing this. Yeah. What else we got? Demchenko with black against Mile Boyer. I guess looks like he did equalize. He did eventually embark on something you're expected to do in the structures, which is push the knight away from e4 and push it b5, even if it costs you a pawn temporarily.
Still got to win it back, but I guess.
Yeah, but this is sort of exactly what you want because you've restricted the bishop on g2, and also the knight on e2 is such a poor piece if you prevent knight c3 from happening. Yeah, as long as you prevent knight c3 from happening, which is kind of important.
5, knight c3.
I guess rook c8 for now. Yeah, bishop goes to b2 or d2.
Why is this good?
Yeah, I can see it plays queen d4. The question is, let's say if we spend a tempo on like bishop d8, are we immediately entirely lost? Pretty much, yeah, rook c1, bishop f1, yeah, we're not going to survive this. So it is very concrete because queen d4 there instead of bishop d8 is just quick enough to disrupt the setup for white and equalize. Or get this position, and then white's structure is so weakened that we can even afford to play an endgame like this.
Terrified, frankly.
Yeah.
Apparently it's nothing.
Yeah, but it's a kind of a nothing where I think if you pass for a move or two, you just lose.
Yeah, exactly.
It feels like, yeah. What's the name of that line, by the way? The one that Kartikeyan and Erdogan are playing. It's just
a name.
Sicilian Four Knights, or
I think it's just called the Four Knights.
Yeah, this endgame is. I would suggest black got about as much as they could have gotten after queen e7. C5 and d6 is on the board, meaning that the bishop on b7 now has the long diagonal to operate. You still have not equalized. Yeah, exactly. You've got the dream, and you're still slightly worse. At least slightly worse, maybe even more than slightly.
We haven't seen. A Grunfeld.
A Grunfeld.
Mittal against Puranik. This is stuff we used to do.
Yeah.
In the old days.
Yeah, specifically because it annoys the Grunfeld players so much that you occasionally just win games by spiting them a great deal. Yeah. Looks like Puranik is slightly ad-libbing things today because this sequence of a5
for nada.
Yeah. And finally black is doing sort of the things that they're expected to do, but the a pawn by this point is gone, and also white has a very nice setup Yeah, this has not gone according to plan for black, and
still not hopeless.
no,
but yeah.
no. You always have the bishop pair. If all the rooks come off, you probably just make a reasonably comfortable draw even. But obviously, white is not going to be very interested in getting all 4 rooks traded. Yeah, I mean, there are ways not to allow any of this to happen, and I would suggest consulting chessable.com/Peter is.
Oh, can you go c5 maybe?
Yeah. But eventually, I gave up and I think covered this endgame because there were some move orders which forced me to give castles instead of c5. Well, I mean, not forced me, but I ended up going with this
these move orders.
Yeah. But this endgame really, like if you take some time to study it and figure out exactly what you're aiming for, it's not really very threatening. I think I give some.
The old days you were supposed to go f6 ASAP.
Yeah, 6 rook f7, and then you push for e5 in some positions and just e6 bishop f8 in some other position. Both of those things are generally quite okay. It's not very scary. It's just very annoying because your winning chances are pretty much always just 0.
Could mess this up. Trying to be Willow.
This is not great. Yeah. How did we get here so fast?
Knight c6. Aravind. He's going his own way in the openings.
Well, it's a good choice.
Approach today. And it's paying off.
A good choice for a 9:30 morning round against somebody who perhaps doesn't have very much experience dealing with e4 knight c6. I think already
you don't have much experience with it.
Just go knight f3. Yeah, exactly.
You don't need any.
Just go knight f3. It's a bit surprising that. I mean, actually, I think d4, e5, and c3 is what the engine suggests.
Yeah, because engine always thinks this space is nice, but this makes it a very complicated.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't know the man personally, but I think it would be very difficult for Jonah not to be kind of bitterly disappointed with letting yesterday's game go, because I think I was also told after we finished covering yesterday's round that the win yesterday would have given him a grandmaster norm.
Yeah, that probably means a win today. Well, but
we were actually provided a graphic for that, so maybe it's time for us to read it out. People fighting for norms today. Alexei Bilic gets a grandmaster norm if he wins, and already guaranteed himself an IM norm today.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Muhammadli Abdurrahmanov needs a win today for a grandmaster norm. Jimmy Jubin needs a win for a grandmaster norm.
Oh, Jimmy Jubin.
Yeah.
2-3-80 GM norm. That'd be huge.
The Turkish player Gökhan Khan needs to beat. Who is he playing? He's playing very high up. Why can't I remember who is he playing?
Playing colors. I even have a position with the king on g4 that's apparently winning for white.
Okay. That game, Gökhan Khan needed to win for a grandmaster norm.
What is this madness? I mean, it's the same line we've seen. The other game, rook b8, which is a thing people do as well. Now you give the piece and you hope for the best.
I think this has been done against me by Christopher Yu, and I lost in 20 moves, but I just don't know anything.
Well, that's probably still a book. It's the king on g4. What's the problem?
Yeah, I think it's entirely possible that he just knows what he's doing. It's unfair. Yeah, just very calmly picking up a full piece and just creating a safe haven for the king.
C2 is cute.
Yeah, but apparently generates no threats. Yeah, but as long as we don't plunder the queen,
you won't do that.
Yeah. Machine for some reason goes f4, f5, which is not a move I would be. I guess you want to bishop f4, but
developing with the king.
Yeah. Winning.
Winning-ish.
Queen c6, h6 now. Okay. Okay.
Those shall not pass.
I'm now very curious about timestamps. This is board.
Oh, hang on. Apologies.
Yeah. So
two of them. Sorry.
No, both of them are actually taking a lot of time. This is move 23. They're down to half an hour each, and they started thinking reasonably early. Kolar's blitzed out everything. Well, basically blitzed out everything until move 17, and then started thinking.
Yeah, feeling he would know, but he didn't know to put the king on g4 either yet.
Yeah. So yeah, kind of a sort of a mutual understanding that this is a game they both very badly need to win, and an incredibly messy sharp position kind of suits both of them. But white has more pieces, which is always useful. Yeah, always useful in situations like this. Yeah.
Right.
And weirdly, it does appear as if a 4 or 5 is the only move that is legitimately winning. Everything else is, I mean, white is still better if you go king h3 or rook f1. But
also, white doesn't have that many moves that do anything. No? You can't move this rook, you can't move the bishop. This bishop isn't going anywhere.
Yeah. I think you get there potentially.
Somewhere. So king h3 really is a logical move, but if you spot this, then
yeah, this prevents all the checks. Yeah, like it stops queen e6 checks, it stops queen g6 checks, and the king is just completely safe on g4. Yeah. So I think it's possible to get there, but still somewhat surprising that it's the only solution, seemingly.
So did Jonah get a GM norm with a win?
No, not anymore. And Los Cooper says he needed 2 out of 2 for a GM norm.
Okay.
Then it's a bit different.
And that if he would draw yesterday and win today, he needed win yesterday. Okay, got it.
But yesterday was obviously a very painful game for him because he played a very strong player and completely outplayed him in a sharp position, in which I think neither of them knew anything. So that would have been like opening choice was his to play that very, very risky Spanish line, but they were both on their own. And he just outplayed a very strong grandmaster and then let it go.
Why is this so hopeless? Queen f7 was the threat.
I think eventually some kind of g5, g4 starts happening. Here, I mean, yeah. Queen f7 is a very concrete thing, yeah.
g5. Computer likes less because it's saying this is not entirely hopeless for white. Maybe you do it by necessity. We're not waiting for g4. The direct capture. Someone runs into stuff. Okay, h3 is just me.
Yeah.
Okay. No, he will spot this and the game will continue, but still dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, the choice you need to make here is, on one level, very difficult, and it looks like it might just lose you the game immediately. But on the other hand, if it sort of pays out, you feel like maybe you are suddenly in the game because you take on f2 and you take on g5. And if you actually can calculate that the pawn on f2 will get collected eventually, which looks like it does, all kinds of possibilities become open because, like, if it's an endgame suddenly, then I mean you're probably losing the race to the a pawn. I think it's actually very relevant that the a4 pawn is hanging here. Otherwise, maybe you're just completely fine with white. But in some outcomes where black consolidates, doesn't lose the e6 pawn, picks up the a4 pawn, you win the f2 pawn. Even the endgames are just going to be poor, but still, you have 2 connected passers on the king side. You have legitimate sources of counterpawn.
Yep. Meanwhile, Manuel Petrosyan continues the dance of the pieces here with queen back to d8. Not sure why he didn't want to play the Carlson-Lila maneuver. He didn't.
Queen d8 is a bit of a strange choice here. I guess he wants bishop b6, yeah.
Preparing this, but
yeah.
On our top board, Hans got the knight to c4, which means there could be further adventures ahead. How do they do this? So de2, Kirill is abandoning the d file. Still looks very solid, but once you get the knight here, the bishops are remaining, you're starting to feel like something could happen. And yeah, this is far from over, isn't it?
No, yeah, I don't really like this too much for white, because yeah, this is exactly what you don't want. You will probably end up with the bishop against knight endgame, in particular with the pawn on a4, which like always needs some attention. Like you never allow like if the knight gets to c5 uncontested, you're just in trouble. You also currently lost the d file. How did
you gave it up?
Yeah. So he just went from d2 here.
Yeah, we were expecting this. I guess he wanted to avoid his knight h5, g3 shenanigans, but did end up playing g3 anyway, so it really didn't.
Yeah,
didn't help him much. It's still a draw, clearly, with best play. It's not like white is lost or anything, but yeah, he keeps making himself work for it. And now you're also never ever getting a draw. If you reach move 30, it's so dry, then you can even try offering, but here there's just no chance of getting it. Yu Yang-yi, in the meantime, has understood this is apparently good for white, which I struggled understanding.
Well, he allowed c6. Like the positions we really hated for black, they did not feature. And his opponent also kind of, I guess, misses his chance, because
this where I was also claiming, what's the big deal? But
maybe it's still true. I think it's weirdly very important to play a4 quite early, or queen c6 and then a4, because I think the point is what we're trying to get is a position where after knight f6 we take, and we have both of the moves on the board already. We play a4 and queen c6, and then the queen is slightly stuck. Queen b6, queen d7. We go after the f7 pawn. But here, like if black gets to play c5, or obviously queen takes a2, you're not going to lose very much, or queen b5. So surprisingly, I think the current endgame is very concrete, because you need to be precise, or you've thrown all of your advantage away.
Yep. Speaking of throwing, well, apparently this is just lost yet again.
Yeah, the engine just switches to attacking the f6 pawn. Yeah. Why is rook f8 so hard? Okay, yeah, rook h7, rook f7. Yeah, this has been miscalculated.
This can be calculated.
Yeah, this is not very difficult. I'm guessing rook h5, rook h7 is also winning, but for some reason the engine prefers.
No, it's also winning. It doesn't want to allow this, but
understandable that like if you can win it even cleaner, why do it? But rook h7 also seems like it's just crushing. Yeah, rook h5, rook e4 on the board.
No, this will be lost. The rook on c3 is so beautiful, covering c2 if we ever need it, attacking this, ready to jump into action at any moment. The other rook is active.
Yep.
Okay. Hans went knight d8, knight d2, played.
Yeah.
I guess this pure endgame where
this one we hold, because we get the bishop to e3
and bringing the king, and we're not too worried. Right?
Yeah, this is completely fine, but nobody takes on d2 here. Then I will drop back to d6, and like the lines I see on my screen, which like the evaluation is fine, but what you're supposed to do here is just like, for instance, currently I think it goes b3, knight e6, knight f1 with the intention, I think, of meeting knight c5 with bishop b3. we're at the let's sacrifice some pawns territory, and I mean it works, but I mean the engine just holds this move by move. It holds it very much move by move, and if you don't do that, black actually gets a bit of a grip, and worrying times for Kirill here, I think. He's also playing slower than Hans, which I think is generally exactly as I would have expected. I think Hans is just mean, he also likes to spend time, but Kirill is an undisputed champion in this pairing of burning time on decisions. Yeah, 96 in the meantime played. Yeah,
it has a grip.
Yeah,
as a kid, I used to think, oops, sorry, that getting a grip means getting the flu. In German, the flu is Grippe. So I always assumed getting a grip Russian, was getting really sick.
As it is in Russian, yeah.
It's also an Aerosmith song or album.
Song.
A grip. Yeah. What are they up to?
I think they're still touring, maybe even.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
Steven Tyler's still out there?
Pretty sure, yeah. Still roaming the wide world.
Seems to be a tough line of work, this rock star. No, you can't retire. The Eagles, the Stones, they're still doing it.
You can, but they don't like
to.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Now I really, really dislike what is going on. He's gone knight d3. And yeah, that is just not a good piece. It just does like it needs not to be there. It's very much in the way.
It can never go back anymore. Then boom. And bishop e3, knight c4, the timings will be off. Now it's like legit some trouble. Be really, really bad territory yet, but it's clumsy territory.
Yeah. Amin finds the right sequence there, so he'll win. Yeah, he even played rook h6. Yeah, very clean.
Like rubbing.
Yeah, very clean. Rook f8, rook h7, rook c8, rook f7 will now happen. And yeah, somewhere around here, I think you're
basically resigns.
Yeah, right? you're okay to resign here. 2 down. They're like connected passers on the king side. You have 0 count to play the rook on c3, covers the entire queen side. King of 3, g4, and yeah, like, this is not difficult. This is just not difficult. Yuengi does play queen c6, which was one of the moves that the engine likes. And if you go knight f6
here takes, I don't know, you go a4.
Yeah, even a4 immediately, yeah. And
can't handle the pressure.
Yeah.
Aleksenko, I think rightly plays rook d2 to at least have one not horrible piece.
Yeah.
Black has more non-horrible pieces.
Now this really doesn't look great at all, because in order to stabilize, we need to be able to play something like, I don't know, king to e2, bishop b3, knight b7, b2, b3. And it feels like we're never going to have time for that. Black will have something to say about all of these things.
Put the knight fucking b3.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like this game is a gift that will keep giving, where we don't know if Aleksenko manages to survive, hold the draw, win the tournament, or if Hans Niemann will add what's the first prize, 5,000 euros to his potential.
Untold
fortunes.
Yes. Yes. King f8 here played instead of f6, slightly opening up the question, do we want to try to make a force draw with f3, f4? Do we, by this point, dislike our position so much that we actually try and simplify it by...
I'm never doing this unless it's...
Yeah, f6 we take rook d5. This has actually improved our situation a great deal. Yeah. No, the problem, unfortunately, is that black can play king e7 or rook e7, and our e4 pawn is... Yeah. King e7, king f3. I think it's possible to make an argument this is an improvement, because at least we're doing something with our luck.
Oh, there's knight f5.
Yeah, f5 is not playable, but we can go like h4 and pretend that we have some counterplay.
I still hate it.
Yeah, I don't like
weakness to our collection.
Yeah. I think it's a very difficult decision. It really very much depends on how much you hate the general trend, because like it looks like you can continue shuffling, like, I don't know, king f1, king e2, just make moves. But yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Very much.
It's uncomfortable.
I will go for a comfortable restroom break. There is Yeah, it might be the board is not on fire, but the situation couldn't be more tense. And it's one of these almost 50-50 positions where 50% you lose, 50% you draw, which means winning the tournament. So from a sporting perspective, this is actually very exciting. Yes, I'm sure you can tell by our faces. And we'll be back with the excitement. All of it at some point. I can't keep that smile anymore. I can't hide my lying eyes. My smile is a thin disguise.
Beautifully put by whoever it is who put it like that.
The Eagles.
The Eagles, yeah.
Is it Don Henley? It's one of my favorites. Have you watched the documentary,
No.
The History of the Eagles?
No.
I didn't know much about the Eagles. I'm in Hotel California. It's so good. Like the life they lived, the infighting, and highly recommended. History of the Eagles, Part 1. Watch it. Trust me for once, people.
You shall be trusted.
Looks like I'm not getting that break, but I gotta go to the restroom.
Just go.
Sorry.
I'll stay here and man the barricades. Yeah, this is the position on board 1 here. Where? Hang on a second. Why is my mouse not working? Mouse. Okay, there we go. In the meantime, the Atiban game, I think, lasts for 1 more move. I think I would be personally playing rook e6 here. The engine goes rook f7, but now it changed its mind. And we very happily drop that pawn after, let's say, rook takes e6, fe, black goes rook d6. Operating that mouse is very difficult. And now we just go king e4, rook takes e6, we go g4. And this is about as easily technically winning position as they come, because you can just put the rook behind the g pawn. This probably would have been winning without the b2 pawn on the board even, but we're also a pawn up here to add insult to injury. So I think if rook e6 appears on the board, the game probably doesn't go very far. From there, it really looks like hope is more or less gone if that happens. But rook f7 is also very strong, yeah. He chooses rook f7. I would be kind of reluctant to even allow e4 check, but also, like, why not? e4, we go king e3, we collect on c7, and then we continue just being completely and utterly winning. It's not like this is problematic, yeah. So Tabatabai gets to the, much wanted 8 out of 10 spot, which gives you at least a tie for second. There are some... Yeah, actually, by this point, there are no corner cases where this is clear second, because Kirill Alexeyenko is just not winning that position against Hans. He is, if anything, significantly worse. So yeah, this is a tie for second for Amin. The question is how many people will have 8 points. Queen b5 is a solid choice there by Vitaly Bernatsky, I think, because the other positions looked frankly more dangerous. The engine suggests that this endgame after takes, knight c3 specifically, I guess, to stop the potential c5 breaks. The knight on b5 is incredibly annoying because you just cannot shake this setup. You would very much like to play c5 at some point, but you will not be able to. Your bishop on d6 is hanging and you can't move it away because that loses you the c7 pawn. And then I guess we just start on a kind of a very slow march towards like b3, c4 squares. Instead, Yuengi goes queen c3, which is also an understandable decision, I guess. But it's also a blunder because and this is such an easy blunder to make, actually, because I think you play queen c3 specifically to stop c7, c5, because you have your very, very strong discovered check with d takes c5, but it does nothing. Black replies with bishop e5 and then wins the c5 pawn back. If Bernatsky realizes c5 is playable here, he has actually fully equalized, because that is exactly what Black wants here. Just trade off the weakness on c7 for a very, very healthy pawn on d4. So it really does look like a morning round is kind of impacting play, because I would bet on Yuengi winning this position, like a position he got by move 20 today. I would bet very, very confidently on him converting this into a full point, because it's just a very pleasant, clearly much better / winning position that you are supposed to win. But he kept on making slightly inaccurate decisions, and now queen c3 is just basically a 2-move miscalculation, which I think under normal circumstances he would never ever make, because it really is a very short variation. I think it's possible to be sort of blind to the fact that, you know, black can very much play into the tactic that you are trying to prevent with all your might. But still, I mean, it's a 3-ply variation: c5, dc5, bishop b5, which I'm guessing you're supposed to see. Someone once told me, says Hakabaz, when you play a move that prevents something, the first thing you should ask yourself is, what if he plays it anyway? Yeah, and this is actually very much in tune with one of the earlier pieces of advice my very, very first childhood coach gave me, which is sort of adjacent to it, not exactly the same, but kind of adjacent to what we're talking about here. And that piece of advice was, if somebody attacks one of your pieces, you should, as a good business practice, ask yourself, do I actually need to move it away? Because there will be cases where the threat, or what appears to be a threat, isn't actually much of a threat at all, and you can just ignore it. So yeah, you do have to, like, these very, very basic positions, if you get into a habit of questioning them, I think very often, like, it costs you nothing, and there definitely will be cases where it's incredibly beneficial to you to not be so certain about things. In the meantime, well, okay, hang on a second. Did I break something? Let's hope I didn't break anything. Come on. Jan will be very unhappy with me, I think. Oh, okay, this is not my mouse. I don't think I broke anything. In the meantime, Amin Tabatabai did win his game against Taliban. That game is over, so as expected.
Here was my hat.
Oh,
See that?
That's very, very cool.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, while you were gone, Yuengi managed to throw the entirety of his advantage away.
He allowed c5?
Yeah, he played queen c3 not to allow c5, but it's playable. It's playable anyway. Yeah, which is a kind of a blunder that you do make occasionally. But yeah, clearly he is not playing. He's not very cleanly today, I think, though.
It's early morning. We've talked about this. It's not so easy to switch your 9-day biorhythm to 7 hours early and function properly.
Yep.
It's no difference for us because we've never functioned properly, but
in our lives, yeah. Frankly, yeah.
It's a bit of a thing. Kirill put the rook here, and we're still. Problem for him is also now he has to weigh the consequence of all these moves, which aren't ending the game, but you have to decide what's worse all the time, which is not much fun with little time on the clock either.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing is they managed to make a bunch of, in his case, frankly, not first choice moves, and this is move 35. So at least he will far. Yeah, he will get to the first time control, I assume, relatively unscathed.
But still, having these 30 minutes with all the decisions and problems still remaining doesn't mean like you're set. You can be in time trouble easily again, and then
you
have to calculate all kinds of things.
No, the way this is going, I feel like Hans is genuinely a favor. Like, it's not even a flip. I'm taking Hans to as a favorite to win this, but
this is over.
Yeah, this is over.
It's funny, this is over, and this looks like the game 2 minutes ago. But
yeah, it is kind of curious.
C5 played by Bernatsky. Yeah. Good job, Bernatsky.
Yeah, he probably just draws from here. It's just very difficult to even ask questions now.
Yeah.
once the c-pawn, like white managed to trade everything away, like all the active pieces, the weakness on c7 is now gone, and not in a good way. Will be traded for d4.
Yu Young-yi shaking his head and see him up there.
Yeah, he generally is quite calm, but yeah, I mean, he will have understood that he made a mistake. And the thing was, instead of queen c3, the engine basically says takes knight c3, knight b5 is borderline winning.
Still,
yeah, almost
doesn't
winning.
look winning. Why is it so good?
No, b5, not d5.
Ah, knight b5.
Yeah,
I got
specifically
it.
knight b5, and then you basically never get to play c5. Yeah, and like you start moving the king in, and bishop d1, bishop d3. This is a very unpleasant
resolve
position.
This?
No, not really.
Not obvious, but given the choice between this and the other, of course.
Yeah. But he thought he could still continue maneuvering and not committing to anything, and clearly missed bishop b5, and now there is nothing left, pretty much.
It's a rough game, this chess.
Yeah,
keeps being solid, but you're not in time to meet this with d5, which I assume you aren't. There's always some play left.
Yeah, but
not the end of the world.
Enough stuff disappeared not to have to worry about these King's Indian type structures too much. You can even sometimes just play c5 here, right?
And I'm still a little worried, but maybe not unduly. But this you suffer a bit, no?
Yeah, it's not that great. Yeah, the engine doesn't really endorse c5 at all.
What's it endorsing? C6?
C6 for some reason. Yeah, c4, c6, keeping some tension.
White wasn't forced to go for this d5, c4, but normally it's the logical follow-up. Now it says we have some counterplay.
Yeah,
fair.
Yeah, Jules, I think, has improved his situation. Whoa,
greatly.
Whoa. Yeah, well for black, but it's apparently minus 0.2, 2.5 or thereabouts. Yeah, like
just taken d5.
Taken d5 against anything, yeah.
And bully your way through.
Well, this has gone
d6.
This has gone horribly wrong for white, yeah.
Oops, probably not here.
Yeah, here you just get mated after rook e8 and then bishop c5 and knight g4 in the end, I guess. Yeah. Knight f5 played, yeah. I think we're headed towards something like this, and yeah. Jules is on 6.5 though, right? He's not on 7, so he's not getting into the most important.
No, but if he wins, it was looking like he had a bit of a disastrous tournaments for his standards. If he wins in 7.5 out of 10, maybe lose a little rating, but probably not even that much.
Yeah,
it's not a disaster.
If he's losing 5 points, he'll get some of it back today.
He gets 3, so it's really.
It will improve his mood. Yeah, if he manages to scrape through. Was a very uneven performance by him, and could have been even worse. He
said he was basically on tilt ever since round 1, when his opponent played exceptionally well, and he barely got that draw. Shows his class that even in a tournament that's really bad for him, if he wins this, doesn't lose much rating. Finishes on 7.5 out of 10. Jules good.
Yep.
Is Mr. Yesipenko. White is sort of hanging in, and I'm not sure why we went rook b8, but
I guess the king side is now, if we don't want to give mate on the king side, we are also better on the other flank. So I think he's planning to play b5.
Yeah.
Not the most obvious thing to be aiming for, but I guess still completely fine.
d7 rook b8. I mean, this plan looks so no-brainerish, but probably didn't want to allow this knight to
h6, yeah. I guess.
Sit there. Computer as usual. Not very impressed by anything. Frederik Svane. Okay.
And that's where the excitement runs out, yeah. Yeah, I mean, understandably, it's not a shockingly exciting position. We covered this, and he actually even got a slightly better version because he played f6, and now you can go king f7 and maybe even go into the pawn endings. Yeah,
f6 plate. Nah, he should be all right. Artikeyan is still enjoying the torturing.
Oh yeah, this is really, really horrible for black. Yeah, everything is very soft. The bishop on a5, we've been hinting at some bishop c7s in some favorable situations. So,
what was that book where that cynical torturer was the hero? Like, did you make me read it? Joe Abercrombie?
Yeah. So I forget the name of it's a trilogy with, I think he's named like Gorka or
something like that.
Yeah. These days, Gorka is a different person. Yeah, it's a very decent book for the genre.
Every now and then we should brag about reading books.
Yes, very important. Very, very important. John Avillo did spot that he absolutely had to go for this. He is still struggling here to generate enough activity on the king side to compensate for being an exchange down, and also, although I think you actually want to keep the queens, right? The endgames will be completely lost, but if you keep the queens, black is probably not that comfortable playing b6 and a5 and opening up the king on b8 so brazenly. So yeah, we go knight f3 here, queen takes a4, and we just sort of go in, yeah, like rook f2, g4, king g3, and we push, and we claim that our pawns provide enough cover for our king on g3 that we don't need to trade the queens off the board before we start pushing.
I can read we're lost, but it's not that obvious, is it?
No, I think it's practical terms. It's still very much a game from the area.
Martin Kremer, another German participant who we haven't seen much, but who's been a strong player for a long time, just slightly below making the national team. I'm not sure how much chess he played, but he's been very good. Very steady hand for in his 30s for a long time. So, Twitch streamer. Knight to d5. This equal.
Yeah, equal, but very specifically, white does have some f5 knight d4. Yeah, because the knight is hanging on d5. The only way to hold here is like rook 6 or rook c5. You need to get the rooks off the board, but it's also extremely logical. I think you pretty much always make this exact decision, and this queen ending shouldn't really be much of an issue. Somewhat surprisingly, the thing that I said white will not be very eager to do did happen in Aditya Mittal's game against Puranik. Somehow all the rooks are gone, and this one you just don't win. I mean, this is just very.
How you need to win the pawn, and you will be bothered. This is a very big bother.
Yeah, you can play knight c4, but I mean the pawn on e4 was reasonably well covered just by putting bishop on c6 eventually. You can play h4, h3 just to drive the point home that you can never really abandon that diagonal with the bishop on e5, not that it goes anywhere. But mainly black is just very, very solid. It's you can't really make any progress.
Yep.
So yeah,
Marshall boys normally not scared of an endgame with active bishops down against bishop and knight.
Yep. And it further illustrates just how solid this line is. I mean, Puranik clearly misplayed it, and he will still make a reasonably comfortable draw once white made like one or two slightly suboptimal decisions. Dmitry Kollars did find a 5 and is now completely winning because the attack just ran out. And if any, white is now starting to give mate pieces. Yeah.
No, he's going to win. Good job by Kollars at a mediocre tournament, but winning the last game usually. Not only regains you some rating, but also makes you go home hating yourself a little less, which is very important.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And a bit of a disappointing ending there for Gokar Khan, but a very good tournament, and needed a win today for a Grandmaster norm. But I mean, beating Kollars with black, he did sort of the right thing, going all in a kind of a gambly line of the 4 knights, but was met with good prep, I assume, and a good conversion.
Well, Kollars knows a lot of stuff. It's very hard to challenge him in a very sharp theoretical battle and not be shown the answer.
And we're being informed that Martin Kramer streams as Jordi Knight on Twitch. And if you want to know, you should join his stream if you want to learn what a doppelmoppel is.
Doppelmoppel, I'm not familiar with that term. It's a double pawn.
Okay. I thought it was something.
German expression. Sehe ich die beiden Moppel dort, denke ich sofort an Doppelmord. I'm not sure that's connected to. Do you have this thing called, I don't even know what it's in English. German is Schüttelreim, so they exchange two letters and then rhymes. Moppel dort, Doppelmord.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have a word for it in any language that I speak.
What languages do you speak?
Just, really this one.
But you speak it very well.
Oh, yes.
Because so many people say they speak English, but they don't speak English like you with all the $5 words.
I collected them very, what's the word, fastidiously. Yeah, people want us to go back to board one, which is sort of understandable. Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, Alexei had like less than 20 minutes. He can't be taking that much, says Mark's Vendetta, but it's only 3 moves to go, so he can actually take quite a lot.
Yeah, it's taking 3 minutes per king move.
Yeah, and the engine keeps on disliking it more and more. And
it's a weird sign. Normally, if you give it time or whatever, you would think it finds its way to 0-0 even here, but no, it's really unhappy.
Yeah.
How easy is it, I guess? Yeah, just grab space, stops F4 forever, so you could make a case for it. Not sure I would want this H4 and maybe rook coming back around option for white.
Yeah, you just sort of, as the quote in The Color of Money goes, it's like a nightmare. And it just keeps on getting worse and worse. Yeah, and there's that scene there.
Not familiar.
And for those of you who have seen Color of Money but haven't seen the original one, do watch The Hustler. The Hustler is an infinitely preferable movie to.
I was going to ask. The Hustler is the first one with Paul Newman, and Color of Money with Tom Cruise taking the reins. I have seen both these movies, but yeah, The Hustler, I like. Color of Money, I don't have much recollection.
Yeah, Color of Money is entirely missable, I think, but yeah, The Hustler is one of the all-time greats, I feel.
What's the old Hustler called? I liked him.
Should rewatch it. Yeah, I haven't rewatched it in a long time. I haven't actually wanted to watch it with friends recently, and then we didn't.
Oh, Friends.
Yes.
This will keep happening.
It will definitely keep happening. I deserve every single iteration of it. I assume, because it keeps happening, so I must have done something to deserve it. That's how things work.
CD, ED.
Yeah, knight f6, knight f6 offer a draw, basically. Or knight b6, but yeah, knight f6 seems more on point, just keep things around the king. Just nothing left. Don't expect the game to last much longer, frankly. White is just not better in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, just took you and get 10 moves to go from what we assumed was a borderline winning advantage to just zeros and lifeless, hopeless. Hopeless in terms of playing for a win position.
Can happen.
Well, obviously can happen because it did happen.
What's chat saying? Is anybody watching this?
Yes. Flagger Chess says, Peter, can you ask Jan if he has heard of the game between Nikolatkevich? Which I think is a very nice kind of an old throwback, because I think this is supposedly somebody went to Moscow, I think, maybe Jeroen Piquet or somebody, to have a bit of a one-on-one with the Patriarch. And Botvinnik was very disappointed that he didn't know Jeroen Piquet turned out not to have read all 5 volumes of memoir / collected best games. I think I assume this is what's being.
Are all 5 volumes available in English?
I don't know.
Read them either, and
probably
frankly, never seen them, which I would think
probably not.
We would like to.
But I think this is what is being referenced there. If not, I apologize.
I haven't heard of that game.
No, neither have I. I have read all the 5 volumes, but it was so long ago that I will no longer be able to recall which one of them is against Kolotkevich. Yeah, it was kind of required reading for us pioneers.
Do you go to this Botvinnik-Kasparov school?
I caught the last 2 sessions. Botvinnik was no longer there, hasn't been there for a long time by that point, but I did catch the last 2 sessions, which featured, like, Gary would show up for 2-3 days, give a simul, look at some games, and then go somewhere else again. And but the coaching stuff was very, very impressive. Nikitin would always be there. The sessions I went to had Dvoretsky as a guest lecturer, so it was still very, very good. But it was
back then. Would Dvoretsky give you an incredibly complicated exercise and say Zvyaginsev solved this in 1 minute?
Not yet, because Zvyaginsev was 10 basically.
I'm not sure when they started.
Yeah, no, I mean, me and Vadim were exactly the same age, and that was like we were both 12. Yeah, not yet. It was that was yet to come. Yeah.
Hans went G5.
Mm-hmm. Nicely done. Nicely. Jules' board, Alcina Leal has gone for some kind of a gamble because he realized that his position is kind of collapsing.
Why is it so bad? No, we take knight c5, b5.
And then yeah. Somewhere around here, you start thinking you might be lost, right?
A pawns are not friends of knights.
No.
No, b4, which is lose a pawn.
Yeah, this is just completely gone, I guess.
Yeah, there's just no obvious ways to resolve any of it. So you can go back and keep sitting there, but how happy are you?
Yeah,
Still, it doesn't look lost, does it? I'm making computer moves which aren't
lost. No, but I don't know. I'd be terrified. I don't know. I'd feel that if you put it in good hands, you're like you lose much more than you draw here.
That's interesting. I don't know. My feeling would still be with a bit of care, you should survive. Like, not saying that care is easy over the board, but it doesn't look like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Chessable has been crossed by it. I don't trust you.
I think it's like in my case, it's also a function of sort of personal experiences with these endgames in particular, because I think like the people I get these positions against, they just beat me.
That way around.
Yeah, like I mean,
the other way around. You grind this out because
no, I've towards the later stages of my career, I did win some games like this, but generally I get these positions with white and I get them against Kramnik. This is what like normally happens, and I draw like 1 in 5 or something. Yeah, this very much colors my expectations here.
Mm-hmm. Chat, if you want to do some statistics and find out, Peter actually hasn't scored half out of 5 from these types of positions against Kramnik. His point still stands. He's very weak at chess,
yes,
and deserves to be punished for it.
Absolutely. On the topic of endgames you lose, Jinjin Chao did something slightly strange against Ivan Chaparinov, because he left himself with specifically bishop against knight with pawns on 2 sides, and like the g pawn might
recover the flank pawns aren't friends of knights topic.
Yeah. The engine doesn't seem to hate it nearly as much as I expected, but I'd be.
Why aren't we lost?
It just says this is fine, which is like, how exactly? Why is this? I mean, yeah, allowing king g5 is, I guess, okay, but if we play king c4 here,
same thing.
Similar, yeah. Similar. Yeah, but I'm guessing this becomes very move by move now. But yeah, and also I would argue that I don't even need to play b3 and give you all these options. I would be trying to just start with h3 and g4. Although I guess that runs into e4 checks, yeah, or something. c5, g4. Why aren't we? Yeah, it's very specifically just e4 check here, which simplifies. Yeah, this we know. Yeah.
Far away passes.
This we know is a draw, but just for my peace of mind, if we just take on g4 twice here, is it suddenly? Yeah, it still says it's a draw, but the evaluation is no longer as convincing. Okay,
understandable.
Yeah. Okay. In Durabaili Petrosian, they have finally sort of defined the position a little bit, and it looks like it's
a success for black in terms of equalizing
towards a draw. Yeah, because rook b6 I think is a very precise move there, sidestepping forks, also putting the c6 square under control. So after bishop f8, rook f8, you cannot play knight c6 and then e4, e5 because the knight will get hit with queen d6 or queen d7. And yeah, if e d5, knight d5 has to happen. C7 is not weaker than d4. It's just equal, yeah.
Yep. Seems like a game well played by Petrosian. Maybe not what you want in a must win to make money's last round, but he just neutralized. Strong player with careful play. This is still ongoing, but no longer a game.
Yeah, this is just
finished. Also happening.
Yeah.
Hans
asking the right questions.
Asking questions. Didn't throw in c6, which is understandable because you don't want to mess with the structure unless he has to. But the option to go b5 outweighed, slightly weakening b6.
Yeah, so takes. You have to
still insisting.
You have to play bishop c1, and then after c6, you might have to play knight a1 because otherwise, like knight d2 just straight up loses the pawn on e4, right? You just can't do it. And takes knight c5 with misplaced our pawn on a4. Yeah, knight a1 is not going to be a fun move to make on the board, but if you have no choice, you have no choice. Yeah. And then maybe we somewhat stabilize, right? If we get to play b3, bishop b3, knight c2, maybe we're not doing that poorly once again.
Yeah, and computer was doing this funky stuff on the king side, which didn't look obvious. No, it's still on the edge. Alexenko operating, I think, most of the game in this awkward spot between I want to play a chess game, but I don't want to take risks, but I don't want to simplify and make it look like I'm playing for a draw with white. And sometimes it can get you.
Yeah. No, I think his phase is gone. Now he actually
just does want to make a draw.
He
early in the opening.
Yeah, no, definitely, like between moves 10 and 20, or maybe even, the very weird decision to go a4 c3, which we didn't like at all. All those were him being in two minds as to what he wanted out of today. Now he's doing the right thing. He's carefully defending an unpleasant position, trying not to miss any small tactics. And yeah, I mean,
also in a way it's easier once you're done playing mind games with yourself and you're just trying to hang in there for dear life.
Yeah, it does simplify your situation quite wonderfully. Yeah, Yuangi Bernatsky will be a draw. It's a bit surprising it hasn't been a draw yet, but it will be a draw. Yeah, nothing much to discuss here. It's just very, very equal. Yeah, Jules is completely winning. Just a pawn up in a kind of a dominant position everywhere. White tried some kind of a desperate g4, g5 pawn march. Yeah. Queen e5, he realized he's losing, but yeah, this is just strategically completely lost here. Every single piece is worse than the opposite number. Yeah, he went g4, g5, g6. Zhul just returned the knight to f6, and it's one check. Completely lost for white, so Zhul will finish on 7.5. Yesipenko, yeah, this one is still a draw. Yesipenko is still doing really well against Guinness Estelle. You still have to somehow open this tin, but eventually, I guess it gets opened. You combine things, playing on both flanks somehow.
Is this a dead draw?
Yeah, like people keep on going for these pawn endings, and we have already seen one in this tournament, which was basically misplayed by both players on every move for a while. They are trickier than they look, but this one does appear to be drawn. Demchenko did find queen d4, and now he should make a draw. He's trying to make it in a slightly more forcing way than I expected, but still okay.
Oh, I think he's still trying to win, no? Not that he's better, but
yeah, I mean he's making moves. Yeah, he's not like describing it as trying to make a draw is incorrect. He's making moves, and I think he's quite happy about this now becoming a bit sharper because you want to play knight e4. Knight on c1 is incredibly unimpressive, and maybe you get to push the d pawn, but yeah, the engine just goes king f2, king e1, stabilizes, and says no, you don't actually have any winning chances. But
it's the engine you don't.
Yeah, exactly. Where did the bishop go?
Which bishop?
Or Kartikeyan's bishop. We had a dark square bishop. Where did it go?
Not here.
Why exactly?
I like bishops. Wouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Didn't want.
I guess,
stuff, but we still has bishops.
Yeah, he's still going to be better, and it remains a very annoying position for black. Yeah, but yeah, not a decision I would have taken lightly, but I can sort of understand it. Yeah, just keeping things very much in control.
That was Jonah B. Jonah B is better.
Really?
We told you this was a game.
Oh, what happened there? Like what? How? Why?
G4.
I guess knight f7 was maybe missed, yeah, and then queen f6, and you suddenly find yourself having to
wiggle.
Yeah. Well, this is a remarkable turn.
95 and it's lost.
Yeah, 7, and then you just start like you have to make sure you're not losing to the a passer, but
black needs a bunch of moves.
Yeah. You actually you can't even play king e7, which kind of makes it even more painful. Yeah. Now we win. Yeah.
Some calculating will be required, but it's white is winning the race.
Yeah.
Why did I need king g3? Start.
Yeah. No, it's also winning. Yeah.
Feels somewhat more straightforward.
And now we go king.
Now we go king g3, but one's on a5, which scares me less than on a3.
Yeah, I guess the big question is if let's say you play h4, can black play king e7? I guess this pawn ending is just lost, right? After I just say, this is less. Oh, no, it's still and now we get the king into the square and
the square.
Yeah. This is tricky though, right? Because
bit confused as to how we win, but we probably
like we put the pawns on g5 and h5, and then we start pushing for c4. I guess like how exactly are we winning this?
Okay. A5, we can go.
No, a5 we can sort of understand why we win, but if black continues passing,
so we.
Okay, can I go back like king h7, g5, king g7? Yeah, like this.
And at some point we attack, no?
Yeah. So now we actually allow the a pawn to quote unquote queen, but we queen our stuff faster. Yeah. h7, king f7, g6. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
That would mean, I know it doesn't mean the Gemini for
No.
Jonah, but
in a way it makes it
tournament.
Yeah, in a way it makes it even more bitter that he didn't win yesterday, because this would have been
take it. Today he wasn't exactly winning for most of it, so
no, he wasn't.
At least he was out.
Definitely wasn't.
Yeah. Martin Kremer did what we expected, draw incoming, Dimitri Kollars won.
Looks like Durabili Petrosian was just drawn. Black just found a way to trade everything.
Yeah, draw was
not unexpected,
imminent.
Not unexpected.
Okay, we'll take another break. They just made move 40 in our top game that will determine the tournament winner. Alexenko draws, he wins tournament. Niemann wins, he wins tournament. That is the situation. I did all the math on all the possible results. And we will be back to inform you on which of these results happen.
Which of these chess results. Yes.
Welcome back, everybody. Last round of the tournament still in full effect. Kirill Alexeyenko still trying to survive on the top board against Hans Niemann to secure tournament victory. But we have to cover a little incident. The game Korobov-Svane, which had looked completely equal for a long time, was a Greek drawn here.
Yeah.
But Peter, it doesn't look that drawn if we look at the entry mark.
Yeah, it's and I did mention that people keep on entering these endgames, and they're far trickier than you would expect. And honestly, like, I don't know why you would play h6, but also if he played h6 and offered a draw, yeah, Anton won't be very happy with you from there.
I think this is an important, even though if the pawn ending was a draw, an important rule of thumb that such rook endgames are a much easier draw than the pawn endgames where the opposing king is more active. So here, if you just play h5 and chill, you're just not losing. Well,
honestly, I think even for the forthcoming pawn endings, having that pawn on h5 cannot really be such a bad idea in most cases. Yeah.
The funny thing is that the chess Olympiad, Frederick Svane's brother, Rasmus Svane, who plays for the German national team, had a very similar, almost identical pawn endgame actually, where white king was on the fourth, it was two on the queen side, 3 was 3 on the king side. And he drew it, but very barely, going to a queen endgame, a pawn down, and being lost along the way. These things can be very, very tricky even.
Yeah, and Frederick actually held it together for basically until almost the very end. And now after f3, king c7 is a draw, g6 is a draw. I think g6 is a move that is not easy to make, but it still holds. I think the natural automatic thing to do is just to play king c7, not to commit to anything on the king side until you know what you're doing. Yeah. But h6 I think is very understandable that like this very likely worsens the situation because you've burnt all your tempi on the king side now. And the only thing that, well, actually there are two things that win, but the one that wins sort of the most directly is you play b3, you wait for king c7, and now you play b4 because you like one thing you don't want to allow is king a6. So you stopped king a6, and now if you play king 6, king c4, king d6, king b5, king c7, after king a6, king c6, f4. This is where you want the tempo, but you don't have it anymore.
This is also very typical. This going around. I talk like an expert because I was just recording this 100 endgames. You should know where this specific idea featured prominently.
Yeah, and suddenly you're being torn apart. And yeah, if you trade a4 for b6, you lose because your g7 pawn is very weak. And if you go towards the g3 pawn, you're like 10 tempi.
The race.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this will be upsetting a bit once the
it's a bit weird.
Or is told, which normally you're told these things if you want to know or not.
Yeah, he was on 6.5, so he wasn't going to get into the still really important tie. But yeah, just
like to win chess games.
Like to win chess games, and also this becomes his final memory of this tournament, agreeing a draw in a reasonably understandably winning pawn ending. So yeah, this is not going to be a very happy occurrence. Yep. Not much to add to this. This just wins. Yeah, this also is. Yeah, you keep on always including f4, but
it always comes down to
this idea of king b8,
this situation where you lose any race.
Yep.
Yep. Lucky break there for Frederick Svane, who played a good game other than the last move of the game with which he offered a draw, which was accepted.
Yeah. In other news, Kirill is still thinking here on move 41. Black has now with the move h6, h5 created some idea. Like if b3, I think, is sort of a natural thing to do here, the move that you would play in a blitz game. And after knight d6, both g5, g4, and f6, f5 become kind of annoying things you need to control in every single position.
Yeah, this looks like the no-brainer approach, but f5
and maybe you've lost, and maybe you've lost somehow because this suddenly you've lost the h3 pawn. Yeah, this is how you just don't get out of the corner. The engine currently suggests b4 as the best move, which I think is a difficult thing to even, because like allowing the knight to land on d4 in particular, like it takes and check. And
you don't feel like this is going the right way.
Actually, yeah, it's currently seemingly
also we lost.
Yeah, also we lost. How did I did see it on my screen at some point.
F2 is what it wants, but
yeah,
maybe computer is a bit overzealous with his b4.
Before AB, no,
it's just wrong.
Yeah, I think it's just
computer.
Lying.
Take it back.
Lying to us. Yeah.
Yeah, we've convinced it.
Yeah.
So now wants this, but removing the bishop from f4 is also.
And then going king f2 and allowing HG. Yeah, no. Yeah, the solutions have very computer and study like.
Just to show how important this random space grabbing is. No, it's not random, but this g5, h5 just gives you so many more options. You can't win on the queen side alone.
Yeah. Well, as I said, like the trend generally is extremely ugly for white here, because you can never really make a forced draw anymore, and you have to make all of these minuscule decisions, which aren't really minuscule. They are incredibly important and might decide whether you survive or not.
Will this tournament become another chapter in the Niemann saga? It looked like it was Kirill's tournament after winning the first 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hans wins this on demand, and actually in a nice fashion, not doing anything too crazy or too forcing, just playing e4, e5, not being afraid of endgames, keeping the tension. So it's a very instructive, should you win, how you can treat must-win situations. Of course, with a little help.
Yeah, you don't win games with like against strong players unless they give you something. But yeah, it does look very much like those those famous examples, like let's say the one that everybody brings up, the
Gurevich short, Karpov.
Yeah. White seems to have done everything correctly, sort of, symmetrical endgame. We keep on trading pieces. We keep on, getting seemingly closer and closer to the complete exhaustion of resources. But every single trade worsens your position a little bit. And
well, you know what this all comes down to, other than some weird choices in the opening. Why on earth do you not go bishop e3 here?
No, I don't really understand.
Yeah. Ever since then, okay, he's not even worse probably, but you have created this imbalance, which really only helps Black.
Agree. I really didn't like seeing 93 there. Yeah, and he's also very understandably, because Black's position sort of plays itself, whereas for white you have all of these decisions every move. He is now more than half an hour down on the clock, and will be in eternal time trouble.
And that's what I mentioned earlier. Just making the time control doesn't mean you're out of time trouble, because decisions will keep being difficult. And you sit there to calculate.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We keep seeing Ivan Cheparinov on the screen, so that's
he's gotten some progress, but
from Hans and the Hans saga, to man.
This is very, very borderline now, right? Because it's only the king activity that
you got what you wanted. Plus cheap pawn, apparently still a draw, but how sure are we? Pawn is also fixed on a dark square.
It's incredibly concrete now. It goes for lines like these.
To king c3, not a4. So Peter, our stay in Sitges is coming to an end, as is our green screen, apparently. What do we think?
I think it's a very nicely organized tournament. Apart from that one decision, I continue disagreeing with quite violently of holding the last round at 9:30. really don't think this is needed. But yeah, very pleasant stay. I'm grateful for the chance to come and do this with you. Don't know what else to add. Just a very nice, very strong open with everything, to recommend it in terms of, the weather, the hospitality, the food, all good things.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place at the beach. Hotel is nice. Food was nice. And yeah, it's a proper chess festival. I'm not sure this comes across on the show because we keep mainly covering the same people sitting there, but there are 400 chess players here. You walk across the boardwalk. You can't avoid running into a chess player every 10 meters. So I think it's a nice tournament to play. As for the show, I don't know if we managed to capture this festival character, but that's on us, obviously. I think one could have more people around and cover limited number of TGT boards and so on and so forth. But it's not just the grandmasters you've seen every day battling it out. There's a lot of stuff happening. I had a good time other than my newfound inability to sleep, which might have affected my normally sky-high energy levels, as regular viewers will know. So apologies, but yeah. It was good to see you. We haven't seen each other for a while. I'm assuming your life is not that easy these days. So yeah, it was nice to hang out, catch up, and we haven't touched many of the hot topics during the show, which I'm sure disappointed people, but also didn't feel like in the spirit of a nice beach open where we're on site covering.
Yeah, not much to add as well. The positions by this point are fairly well established. As is this position. It's fairly well established as being very, very unpleasant. And even optically now that you have a knight on a1, and we keep on showing our viewers variations in which it stays on a1. Like there's never even time to play knight c2.
It just drops everything.
You play b3, you still can't play knight c2 because knight c5 will force it back to a1. So I think the engine pretty much,
Kirill did go b4. We have liftoff. Not a decision he will have taken lightly. And nothing else was great either, but does he survive this? Yeah, you have to. I mean, king f2 looks something like this. Yeah, but I mean, this knight on a1 though. Sort of. All your pieces are a little dominated. Yeah. You do get to play f3, f4, and maybe start trading some stuff. And you never know how to approach the. Okay. This is lost just to illustrate. Yeah. Yeah. Like the question of how to interpret the evaluations we see on screen here is kind of an interesting niche question to discuss. Whether it says -1, which usually means probably draw, but could also mean if we keep making moves, that number will change to -4. Like it's already -2 here. So it's growing. Yeah. So this is just king f2, or do you just king d3? King d3 looks like it's an attempt to make a draw more forcing. Well, it's dropping a pawn. If we want to go a5, can we play f4 here? Why is f4 here? Because then the h pawn is just a queen. Yeah, we don't need the horsey anymore. Yeah, like it just queens on its own. Very cute. Very cute. Yep. Also, not really shocking considering our pieces are on c1 and a1 and completely unconnected to what's happening on the other side of the board. So it does look like black is maybe, in some of these cases, just close to winning by force. You don't have to play a 4, but if you don't play a 4, you've basically lost that pawn. So.
Yeah, h4, it goes f5, but you probably lose after h3, knight f3, right? Because black has enough pawns left. It's a better chance.
Is this not resigns? We
generate some passers and then finally get to play knight b3, knight d4 check. Yeah, hooray for us. This might actually be kind of to a draw, shockingly, but like
not that many pawns left, right? The king looks after this one. The horsey apparently chases down some here.
Yeah, I mean,
good luck.
Yeah, first of all, you have to go for it, and this is going to be very, very difficult to navigate for Kirill. He also left himself 16 minutes for the rest of the game, and decisions, as you can see, are nowhere near over. Like before was an important kind of a pivotal decision, was probably the wrong one, but okay, he finally settled on something.
An easy right one either, so it's hard to criticize. Just choose your poison.
Choose your poison, exactly, yeah. And the one that he was supposed to take, I think the computer was very, very settled on what the computer wanted to do, which was b3, bishop a3, and then king f2 if black plays h4. Not easy. Looks very poor. Like you have to allow some, like it takes knight f4, you just go king g4, you allow black to develop a lot of activity, but you say that at least our king is now back in play, and maybe one day I will get to play knight c2, Knight to bishop b2 as well. This is the dream, apparently. This is the best we have.
Yeah. Let's see, Alexenko, obviously not leaving the board now, so much to calculate that it doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel like he can waste any time to walk around.
Yep.
Hans still has plenty of time.
Yeah, Hans should normally, after your opponent plays b4 in this position, I think you
take a moment, but you take the check and please survive, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, the original reaction to this when we first saw b4 appear on our screens was b6, b5, but that obviously makes white's life a lot easier because we do get rid of a lot of weaknesses. We're still not enjoying it, but yeah, this is, by this point, you are absolutely just dreaming of at least getting rid of the B and A pawns. Yep. Yuangi's game drawn, Tabatabai won, Durabaili, Petrosian draw, meaning that of the people who could have gotten to 8 points, we have Yuangi. No, not what I'm talking about.
Tabatabai?
Only Tabatabai, yeah. And Tinjin Chao is definitely not winning that game. So we're going to have a winner and a second, third tie, basically. And then there will be a bunch of people on 7.5. Tabatabai will tie with whoever hates the result on board one. Yeah.
Alexenko. Yeah. Jules was half a point behind you if he wins this, which we expect.
Yeah, he is, 2 extra pawns on d4 and e3. Those are good, strong passers. Just queen c6. Rook c7 is fine, but I guess knight can go to some squares as well. We're not really very pushed here.
Yeah, it's just completely winning. He will win.
Yeah, he will win. Yeah, Tinjin Chao theoretically could get to 8, but he's barely holding on against Cheparinov. He won't win that position. Whoa, I thought Alexei Yasipenko was making a lot of progress, but this is now back to being quite unclear. The structure sort of collapsed, but white also got rid of a lot of pieces, and Rook e1 next, stopping, well, not stopping knight takes g5, but at least attacking pawn e5. And bishop e8 is a source of counterplay as well. This is not that great. We missed, obviously, a great deal of things happened between the moment we last looked at this and this, but I felt, when I was visiting the game in the breaks, I felt like it was probably headed Andrei's way, but doesn't really feel like that anymore.
No, it goes to show it really hasn't been Yasipenko's tournament because such a position. Stronger player is completely winning, actually. You would usually just expect him to wrap it up, and he had plenty of margin along the way. But
just not been his event.
his event. And apparently the last cleanly winning position was this, according to machinery, but I struggle to explain why king b6 is winning here and rook h4 is not. Really want to step out of this diagonal.
Yeah, rook h4 bishop d2 suddenly is not clear at all, because it just seems like everything comes into the game with tempi. He hasn't played rook e1 though, which maybe gives you an additional chance. He played b4 instead of rook e1 in the current position, which now black is back
to the fortunes again.
Black is back to being completely winning, because e5 a4 is a huge threat, and c5 knight a4 cd is also suddenly we're pawn up, convert. Yeah,
knight does a pretty good job stopping counterplays and passes and everything else.
Yeah, so massive mistake there by Guinness Estelle.
Do we have the pawn endgame and the Jonah B game?
We got here, and I think the way to win, I guess, is just to pass the move at some point. You would like your pawn to be on g5. Currently, you can't force it, but you can triangulate, like play king e3, king g5, king f3. a5 still doesn't win, so black has to go back to h6. We play king f4. If black wants to play a6, we can do it again and again and again. And eventually the pawn gets to g5 and we win.
Still not easy, though.
No, still.
Jonah B. How much there is to see. Just open your eyes. Listen to me. Don't literally listen to me.
So many cultural references I do not recognize.
Johnny B, doesn't ring a bell?
No, but then you went in some. I mean, in my universe, Johnny B is just Johnny B good.
Johnny B.
No. a4 played. You can, I assume, start with king d3, but it changes nothing. Yes, c4 replied. Yeah. Now a big turning point here, because I'm guessing from what we've seen on our screen, you're maybe actually better off going for that piece down position with king d3, right? Because king f2 b5 looked like you just never get to play chess again, and black just eventually this becomes untenable. Just c5. Take on a5, put the knight on c6, the knight on a1 never really.
I don't know, they're both living on the edge, and we actually haven't determined if one of them draws, one of them loses. Both of them are computers in this -2 territory. I have to add some depth, which could mean either, frankly. Kirill. Deep thought.
Yeah. Not fun. Not fun. Yeah, we could this. Like, taking nothing away from how well Hans is playing this game, still very self-inflicted.
Davchenko, I think, still trying to win this. Not there yet, at least. Still, this guy here, there's always some potential for trickery. The computer says 0-0.
Yeah, the engine is not very impressed, but you continue playing. This one, f3, but you can even allow that train. This is a bit too adventurous. It doesn't actually queen, because the knight will interpose on e5, but just go in gf, putting the king on d5 and playing that position. Even king e4, because like every single opposite color bishop ending is drawn, so we can start offering them very confidently. Yeah, very confidently. King d3 chosen, meaning that, yeah, black will need to assuming
he wants as f4 and go for the...
Yeah, maybe, well, let's take a look at a5 here. a5, and we want knight of 3, knight b3, yeah. But I guess this collapses faster, right? Because knight on c5 doesn't actually do very much, and we're not 1 pawn down, we're 2 pawns down, because the h pawn also gets picked up. Yeah, and yeah. Knight c5 is a beautiful move to make, but it does very, very little. No, I guess we go f4, and then we run into, I assume we run into that tactic.
Yeah, Hans is going to spot this, or I think it's spottable.
Yeah, and here the choice becomes very, very straightforward for Kirill. You either resign or you find hg4 and f5. Everything else is immediately dead.
I think you find that too.
Yeah.
Must stop pawn.
Yeah. So we go hg.
So I switch back because he just played b5.
Yeah, you play b5, and now the ball is very much in Kirill's court. I don't see any reason to include a b5, king b5. I think it just makes life way simpler for black. Doesn't really give white any additional options. So yeah, the choice is between a5 and f4. a5 feels lost, honestly. Just that bastard is irrelevant. It never gets further.
Kirill not happy with the overall situation.
Yeah. Why would he be? During the breaks, I took another look at the norm situation, and we mentioned all of the important ones, apart from one. Theodor Ingic, with any result today, will get an IM norm.
So congratulations!
Yeah, very good tournament.
Very good tournament from what we've seen. Even missed chances to score more points. Was winning against Jordan van Forees.
That was yesterday, maybe the day before yesterday.
I don't recall.
One of the recent rounds, yeah.
Not that long ago.
Yep.
And Alexenko does go f4. Looks like, yeah, even though his position is not very enviable, he's fighting back now, and Hans, without thinking for a second, goes g takes f4.
That is a bit of a shocker, honestly.
That's a big miss, because this ef g4 was winning a piece.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if you win the game, but not thinking about it at all is...
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise. And now, obviously, this is a huge relief for white, because we get to get rid of many of the weaknesses, and should probably now be surviving, I assume, of the GFGF.
He's been so patient, and then he just puts us out this move.
Yeah, what is he intending after GF? Knight of 3, knight g1, maybe, or? Yeah, but suddenly we just start seeing zeros on our screen, and honestly, it looks like it's now savable.
Knight of 3 played.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see how easy it is with like human, like knight c2, knight g1. It wants to play h4 and knight of 3, I guess. F5 and knight e1. Wow.
It's pretty.
It is very pretty, but I don't know how easy it is. Yeah.
It's always, once you've seen it, it's always easy to say, yeah, that's logical, but till you see it.
Yeah. Is this the only thing that holds here?
So move. Even this, apparently we're not supposed to lose, but...
Yeah, I don't know. This looks very scary. This looks very, very scary now. Yeah, so still, this explains why he blitzed it out. Like 0, 0, 0s on our screen are just on our screen, and 91 and then back to f3 does appear to be a very threatening plan, which is not easy to meet. And the way the machine holds these positions is not very intuitive.
He's also trying to put pressure on Kirill on the clock, which is not a bit strategy, but if he had a chance to maybe deliver a decisive blow, it was worth 5-10 minutes of the 48 minutes he had.
Yeah.
And after f4, well, maybe just didn't, the thought of going EF didn't cross his mind, but once it does, like, I think you realize that. I mean, we haven't covered stuff like this. I'm not sure how obvious any of this is, but Hans is good enough to see that.
Yeah, the question is, like h4 followed by g4 wins on the spot. Lysium does. But my question is, am I not also winning just by going knight takes e3 and ba? AB exists. I guess AB exists. Yeah, that's important. Okay. Even this, I'd be very worried I'm losing. But, you know, and maybe we are. The evaluations here are very, very borderline. Okay, so Kirill is down to 11 minutes, still in trouble because, yeah, the draws that the machine makes here are very machine-like.
Okay, knight c2, bring the horsey back into the game.
Yeah, you do need to start
find some way to not allow black to take a pawn return.
Yeah, you also become kind of interested in some ideas of just like dumping some material just to activate your pieces, but they're still very locked in. Like after knight c2, knight g1, I'd be... we're about to lose our screen, so Jan will do the ritual thing of clicking OK. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to figure out some way to, let's say, go knight c2, knight g1, take on b5, take on e5, activate the pieces and make a draw that way. But I don't think it's a draw. Like ab5, king b5, fe, fe.
Still too many pawns left for black.
Fe and knight e5 wins. Fe is apparently a draw, but knight e5 followed by knight g3. Knight h3 is just completely winning. Because you can't actually get anywhere near to the h pawn. Yeah. No, this is still a very legitimate winning attempt. What Hans is doing here. If you have to spot that very cute positional draw with the knight on h4 being locked out, yeah. I think it's...
Oh, sorry.
No, this one
can't even reproduce it.
Yeah. You have to play h4, and then after knight f3, which does look like the only move you play, f5, and you say, please take on h4, sir. And now we're... And we can start actually going for some activity, like we can play a5 and then bishop h6, g7, so we suddenly generate legitimate counterplay with that knight on h4 completely locked out.
Yeah, the clock is ticking. And knight c2 played. Good job, Kirill.
It's only the first step, and the tricky step will come later.
It's the right step, though.
And we got rated by Ellen, so thanks very much to Ellen Nielsen, who we are.
She's here, isn't she?
She is here, but I guess she finished her game earlier and streamed for a bit and is now kindly sending some viewers our way. Welcome to all the Ellen viewers. And
how did the tournament go?
Yeah, tell us everything. Yeah, I think maybe you get there just by, as usual, just by the process of eliminating everything else. Allowing knight takes h3 looks horrible simply because from h3 the knight will threaten both knight f4 check and knight f2 check. So you do feel like it should not be allowed to pick that the h pawn on that square at least. So I think h4 is possible. Yeah, knight h3 is actually it's still a serious move, but the engine goes ab and then goes king e2, king f3.
Engines.
Yeah, or even that, yeah.
But this is an common sense here, pawns.
This is an improvement. Just start activating your own stuff. Yeah, knight d4 check will happen, and then we get to f5. It's okay. So yeah, I think move by move, maybe you get there. Like you realize knight takes h3 cannot be allowed, so you play h4. After knight f3, you have to think again, and maybe you.
Okay, Kirill, he's falling asleep, and he has to do all these tough calculations. I would assume from my general knowledge of 21-year-old chess professionals, he's not an early, which means 9:30 a.m. to him is probably 4:30 a.m. to people with a different daily routine. And he's gone. I think we saw him play knight e3, maybe? Is that possible?
Yeah, that looks like knight e3, which is
Apparently not horrible.
Not that bad, yeah. Not that bad. Decent move. And the way the computer plays this for a win, it's just so striking. It's just like unbelievable, really.
So this we survive because the pawn.
Yeah, you can't really go that. Yeah,
pawn is winning.
Yeah, that wins. Yeah. So actually, a very like human choice there by Kirill. And yeah, the machine actually plays this for a win by going knight h3, ab5, king b5, knight c4, knight f4, which should be a draw. There's no way this is losing for white, right? This has to be a reasonably straightforward draw. Even like e5 probably makes a draw. Yeah, no, this is just a draw.
Well played. We didn't spoil it because we're engine monkeys, and in my case, not as good at chess, but yeah, this is a very logical way.
And if the knight has to drop back, we've managed to activate, like we'll play 95 and start swapping down. It's just a huge improvement. Yeah, like takes 95, we've just...
Why is white worse?
Yeah, suddenly attacking everything, and we'll eventually just exchange the entire king side. Very nicely done by... Is 93 bishop e3 ba the move? No, we've probably lost, yeah, because that doesn't quit.
Bishop, sir.
Yeah, that doesn't win. I'm being a bit paranoid here. Yeah. Keeping his cool under pressure here, I like it from
Impressive resilience. Like we had criticism of his approach, but ever since he's been in trouble, he's made tough decisions and hasn't really gotten one very wrong at the release, which is not easy with all the margin or all the chances to
absolutely
mess it up here.
And also from here, it becomes calculable. It becomes like a question of calculating reasonably straightforward things, not even very far in the future, because all of these lines are shortish.
We should also mention that this was a bigger calculation and general survival challenge.
Yeah, maybe it was actually winning. Yeah, let me check something that I don't expect to give any. Nope. What of the chess like? Well, it would have been a nice troll, because occasionally Sesse covers tournaments Carlsen isn't playing in. Not this one. But not this one. So yeah, kind of a bit of an internal giggle there, because it would have been somewhat funny, at least to me, but no.
Yeah, Niemann thinking it's easy to miss 93 as well, just handing you that pawn. It was very, very well played. It takes.
Yeah, this is the line we're calculating. Yeah, I think it doesn't even look like a winning attempt, frankly. Like it's knight of 2 king e2 is also fine, I assume. Yeah, all of these things are fine. All of these things are fine. Yeah, and once you spot, knight b6 played, and now I guess we just, I don't know. Yeah, take on b5, take on e5, go bishop b2 or whatever. Yeah, you just make a draw.
Pawns start falling, the black pawns now just as targetable as the white pawns.
Just start piling on pressure on the structure.
You have to do this if you go a5. How bad is it?
Also completely fine, yeah. Also completely fine.
We're approaching the end. And currently, it does look like Kirill Alexeyenko will be the happy ending in this tournament, because if he does draw, he wins outright. Now, there's some choices. Still, he has 7 minutes, and we know it is sometimes if you've done the hard work, the tension drops off a little bit, and you miss some detail and gets out of hand. But so far, he's looked very, very focused, very sharp in this incredibly tough to defend position.
Yeah, from a certain moment on, it's very difficult. Yeah, apart from, yeah, he did play himself in legitimate, serious difficulties, but by that point, he did not probably have any good choices left. Yeah, I wonder if he is, like, now that he's been provoked to play a5, I wonder if he is trying to figure out if he is back to having potentially winning chances, but best not, yeah. I think
so survival mode.
Yeah. Somewhat curiously, if you start with fe5 here, the engine gives you the f6 pawn. Like fe, a5. Are we better suddenly or what? Why doesn't it go fe5? Yeah, right. Now we actually are better. Yeah, we go a5, h4, knight f5. We're just like clearly a bit better at least. Still a draw, but if anyone is better here. Yeah. Knight takes h3, apparently by far the best move in this position.
Yeah. Especially the way this game has been going.
Yeah. Knight f4 check. Somehow king d4 is not the because knight e2 check, yeah. I mean, if we want to make a draw here with white, we will make a draw, and yeah.
How sure are you with black you're not losing here?
h4, I mean, you're probably okay, yeah.
fe5 and
okay. This is
escalated quickly. Also, everything's safe now. No, we go a5, h4, knight f5.
Yeah, we're not
like you're taking risks.
Yeah, not really running any risks anymore.
Yeah. So Alexenko winning this game,
making Tabatabai clear second.
Tabatabai is rooting for him.
Yeah, Tabatabai very much likes what he sees right now. Yeah, but it is.
Still imagine wires and drama and goes ab5. But let's see.
I mean, 6 against 44 in particular, as our chat also correctly points out. Your margins, I mean, it's now very difficult to imagine how you lose this, but it's still possible. Like you go a5.
But he does go a5.
Well, I mean, he doesn't like
begging. It's not a difficult move, but
no, but he clearly doesn't like begging, and he sort of realizes that he is now very safe, so why not? But yeah. Let's say, I mean, if we want to draw a scenario where you can still, once again, become slightly worse, black goes knight d7, king b7, king a6, c5, starts putting pressure on that part of your structure. I mean,
you'll have to work hard to draw.
The
scenario.
It really doesn't work move by move. Like you're just not getting there. It's very risk-free now for white.
Also, his body language has changed. He looks very determined.
Yeah. And it's not like the pure 6 minutes, right? It's still a 30-second increment. So it's actually a lot more time. It's a lot more time than you would assume. Yeah, black should still make a draw reasonably comfortably here if you don't lose your mind. But
not easy to switch from. Okay, I was close to winning, torturing the whole game, to how do I make a draw with precise play?
Sure. Yeah.
How much coffee is too much coffee? Are there rules?
I don't know. I should drink a lot more coffee here than I normally do. But I think I'm on 3 cups a day regimen here, maybe 4.
No comment.
Yeah. Honestly, considering how innocuous the opening was, we are getting a very dramatic, decisive game in this tournament, I have to say.
Yeah, it's not like obvious fireworks on the board, but there's so much calculating intention to do in all these positions.
Yeah. It might not look like much if you play through it at extreme speed, just looking at the symmetrical and symmetrical positions all the way through. But yeah, there is a lot of content potentially being missed there, and even by players themselves. There's been a couple of very big turnarounds.
Let me see. Camera zooming in. Kirill.
Yeah.
Anxious, but yeah, he's giving us some looks like This is a 21-year-old and a 19-year-old, especially Kirill. Very much, maybe not a veteran, but not an unknown for a couple of years, while Hans is arguably the most known player, not named Magnus Carlsen, of 2022. Chess, it's a young man's game.
It's a young man's game, yeah. Briefly looking through results, Andrei Spenko does win his last round game, at least finishing on +5. It will still count as a really unimpressive tournament for him. He ends up losing rating with +5, which I think shows you with a somewhat poor start. He didn't really get to play in the the fake round robin that the top players play from round 7 onwards. I think he only had one opponent above 2,600, and he lost that game. But still, winning the last round, he will be tied for what, 4th?
Yeah, similar to Jules' tournament, who also won 2 favorites, 2 very strong players who didn't get to play their best chess, but their class still carried them to not terrible.
Yeah, Jonah Willow does beat Arvind in the last round, so
congrats to Jonah Willow. Like, amazingly good tournament from what we've seen the last 2 games. And that's taking the fight to these 2,600s.
And that's a tie for 4th. That's a tie for 4th, which isn't in purely sort of monetary terms is not going to be a lot of money, but it's a very, very good result and a very strong open for somebody rated 2409. So yeah, very happy.
So found the clean wrap up here.
Yeah. He did exactly what we were describing, forced black to allow g5 and h6, and then just went in with the king. Very nicely done.
Good job by you. Hans is thinking.
Blind Will and why is it a young person's game? Is the mental decline after 20 so steep that it outweighs all gains from further experience and knowledge? Or is it some other reason? I think it's the availability of knowledge very early on, I think. What would be your stock reply to this? It's obviously a question that gets asked quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't have a set answer, but yeah, the knowledge is pretty much out there, and you can absorb it nowadays more quickly than ever at a younger age, which means this experience, knowledge, acquired thing that favors older people has become less of a factor, and a great memory, energy have taken over. And if you look at the top 100 in the rating list, actually for many years it's been looking like football players' ages, except that in chess you have the occasional 50-year-olds that still keep going and keep a very
No, it's not the 30 and 35-year-olds, which, when I was just growing up, you were supposed to absolutely blossom and become the player you're meant to be at 35. It's not like you can't play chess at 35. It's just that what used to take you, 10, 15 years to acquire in terms of opening knowledge and experience and blah, blah, is now so readily available from such a young age with all the resources available online. And once again, not towards Chessable, which provides much of that platform if you want to, make use of it, that people just get better much faster. It's, I think, just as simple as
draw. Agreed. I offered a draw with a5. Or no, Hans offered a draw after knight a4.
Yeah, and I guess...
It makes sense. Hans sensed that he was worse now of anything, and instead of keeping this going, it was time to wrap it up. Yeah, it was a good decision.
Congratulations to Kirill for, in the end, winning a very, very nice tournament, 8.5 out of 10, +7, starting with 7 out of 7, and then not exactly coasting, but he did end with 3 draws.
Made it to the finish line.
Yeah. Hans will tie for second with Amin Tabatabai, and then there will be a massive tie from 4th until we don't know how many people in that group. TBD as to what happens with the tie breaks.
Yeah, impressive performance both by Alexenko and by Hans Niemann, who also had an excellent tournament. Couldn't quite match that 7 out of 7 pace in the beginning, but came very, very close today to winning the tournament outright as well. Put pressure on Kirill all game. But Kirill hung in there, and congratulations to both. That brings us to the end of our coverage. Kirill Alexeyenko does win the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival 2022. The year is almost over. Thank you so much to, mainly the organizers who had us here, allowed us to get some sun in December in this lovely location. If you're looking for a chess festival to play next year at the beach, where you could still get very proper weather in December, I can wholeheartedly highly recommend this event. We had a good time.
It was very good to see you too, yeah.
Thanks to Chessable, thanks to everybody behind the scenes here, Oli, Agelem, the team from Chess24 and from Chessable that made possible that we could get stuff done.
Now that you've done this on air, I will actually ask, is that how that name is pronounced?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I struggle with pronunciations of Spanish names, I guess. Why is it a J sound?
I don't know.
It just is, yeah.
Then who else? Yeah, there are so many people. I don't even know all of them. But to run a chess festival like this and the daily lectures, activities, there's so much stuff been happening, from sushi classes, beer tastings.
Yeah, I'm still very upset. I missed the beer tasting.
Daily master classes by many grandmasters. Yeah, we've only been able to teleport a fraction of what's going on here on the screen. But yeah, thank you so much to everybody. It's been a blast. Thanks for watching. Congrats to Kirill. We're out.
We are very out.
Bye now.
It's the first edition of our chess festival here in Formentera. We host the chess festival in Sitges. I think it's a special place because it's a unique location. We have very nice views, we have very nice beaches.
My experience here has been extremely nice. It's a perfect location to play chess. We are in a fantastic hotel here in the beautiful island of Formentera, which is paradise. And you can see even the beach from your balcony in your room. Tournament combines chess and holidays, and there are a lot of parallel activities. You can play ping pong tournament, you can play volleyball tournament.
For instance, we have seminars from different grandmasters and
chess master classes or chess conferences, and we also have a couple of blitz tournaments. Related to Spanish cultures. Our goal is always to have people have fun and have a chess holiday.
Yeah, this tournament is basically for everyone. It can be a professional chess player who just is very much focused at chess part, and the conditions are good enough to do that too.
I expect to play some decent chess at least, and yesterday I lost against Gukesh, super grandmaster from India. But besides chess, I expect to have a lot of great moments and memories with my friends here in this beautiful island.
We have visited the island, which is an exclusive place, and I've heard a lot of stars are coming here to visit this island, and you can only reach by the boat to there. So we went there with other grandmasters. We played chess games there. It was quite an experience to play chess at the lovely island. for me, it's very important to have a good time, because when I have a good time, then my chess also goes nicely. And this tournament is also proof of that. And I hope I will today, because so far I've got some points, and also I enjoyed other activities here too.
So it's the perfect place to play chess.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi,
former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses. Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!